Hartman? Yes. Dirk? Ready? Vice Mayor? Kelly, you ready? Carrie? Good? All right. We will call the regular meeting of the City Commission for Tuesday, February 9th, 2021 to order. Let me just get a quick, Chris, can you hear me back there? Quick sound check. Everybody got good volume? All right. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Mayor Owen.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sacks.
Here.
Commissioner Clody.
Here.
Commissioner Hartman.
Here.
Commissioner McGurk.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, we will begin with an invocation and follow that with a pledge. If you would join us in standing for both, Police Department Chaplain Sheila Turner will lead us in the invocation. Or maybe not. Maybe not. All right, we will have a pledge of allegiance, and that'll be it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Chief, I should have asked you if you wanted to fill in for your chaplain there.
We missed it.
All right, Khaled, any changes to the agenda tonight?
No changes, sir.
All right. No changes. Okay, the first item up is public participation. Before we dive into it, though, I just want to be very clear. If you're here for anything under Section 8 and below, basically, those are all items that you will speak to during those items. So if you're here for item 8A, B, C, etc., those are public hearings. Those are things you would speak to during that. The exception will be anything under sections 9, and there's really no business beyond that. But if you're here for anything beyond section 9, you would speak to that now. But anything in section 8, if you would hold those comments until that time in the meeting. So anything on the consent agenda or any other item you'd like to talk through, now is your chance to address the commission on those items. You can come forward to the mic here, and you'll have 3 minutes if you would give your name and address, and then kind of watch that timer over there for us out of respect to everyone. You can, come right up here to the...
My name is Jen Ford, and my address, 2520 Woodland Drive in Edgewater. I'm basically here. My husband and I are raising 2 grandchildren, and we spend a lot of time out on the weekends. We live in Florida on the playgrounds, and I know I was told it really wouldn't make a difference coming here, but I feel like something has to be done. I'm sorry, I'm nervous.
That's okay.
About people smoking on these playgrounds. I mean, you literally will see people running through the playgrounds, pushing their children on swings. One puts one out, the other one lights one. It is nonstop. And nobody would ever walk into a school, light up a cigarette, they'd be kicked out, even on a school playground. And it's just so unhealthy for these children. I feel like they need to have a place outside where they can play and be healthy. And it's just nonstop. People don't have any respect for these children. Even if they walk off to the side, it blows all over the playground. Every playground we go to, smoking, smoking, smoking. Nobody cares about these signs about healthy lungs. And it's just, I feel like somebody needs to speak up for these children, and including myself. I'm a non-smoker. I don't put anybody down for smoking. That's not why I'm here. But I feel like the children need a safe place, smoke-free, and the playgrounds would be the place. So that's basically, even if they go off to the side, it blows all over the playground. You can't get away from it. We were at the playground the other day. One was lighting up, one was putting out. One was lighting up, one was putting out. You just couldn't get away from it. And my grandchildren smelled like smoke for the rest of the day. So that's basically what I'm here for. I don't know why I'm so nervous. I'm usually, not, but...
It happens to everyone. We understand.
Yeah. So,
right.
I mean, it may seem like it's not a big deal. I heard that there was an ordinance, and then it got changed around. I don't know on really what level, maybe the state level. I can't even imagine somebody would change that and allow that to be okay. So, I would like whoever can change it, maybe to take into consideration and please do something about it. It's bad. It's really bad. It's on every playground.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So, that's
right.
really it. That's my, for tonight.
Okay.
Yeah?
Thank you for sharing that. I have young children that visit playgrounds, so
Yeah, it's horrible.
I can sympathize with your concerns, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Just
talk about it. Yes.
For the record, state law has preempted local governments from enforcing this, so we
Yeah.
have those please no smoking, but there is pending legislation
Yeah.
this year that would try to remove that preemption and allow local governments to try to attack that problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's
So.
really like,
Yeah.
nobody would walk into a school and
Yeah.
light up
No, I
a
agree.
cigarette.
Yeah, okay. Thank
right.
you so much for bringing that.
Thank
And
you so much.
last thing I was going to share is, in support of that legislation, I was going to ask my commission, numerous cities, Winter Park, other cities have sent forward support for that. And so at a future meeting, I was planning, I think I'd already emailed it to city attorney, was planning on trying to say we support that at the state level. But again, that is something you also can support and lobby your state representatives to support that bill.
Okay.
Because otherwise, even if we wanted to do something, there's nothing, we've been preempted by the state level, so.
So what would be the next step for me?
Reach out to Kelly. She can tell you who the representatives are that represent us here locally. She'll have a business card if you stop by her desk on the way by.
Oh,
You can just
when
go
we're
right there.
done, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next, yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, City Commissioner, City Manager, Chief, and staff, my name is Doug Davis. I live at 221 Columbus Avenue. I wanted to address again the issue with 7A, 7B about the lease and the consideration to sell or to buy the property 214 Columbus Avenue. I listened to the video again today from the meeting from January the 26th, and I heard words spoken like in conjunction with, hand in hand. I heard the words, hold the lease until we satisfy the sale. And I heard other words talking of even flip-flopping the agenda for consideration to the city to buy the property before they considered the lease. And I just want to say I feel very strongly that these are two different things, that the lease should be a separate consideration than consideration to buy the property. The buying the property, I feel, should be a financial decision. And I would ask the city commissioners, is this really a good investment for the city? The site plan I saw showed the possibility of 15 cars. I would tell you that really would not happen because of I mentioned before, this huge historical tree that's facing Columbus Avenue. In fact, the roots are so enormous that they go about 10 to 12 approaching the house that's there now on Columbus. And it's even to the point that they're come out of the ground and they've uprooted the walkway going to the home. But you also have 16 trees overall, which besides that one tree, the huge canopy over Columbus Avenue too, by the way, there's also 2 more historical trees as well. And then 16 trees overall. But the reason why it will not work is that the site plan I saw was very nicely laid out, and it was as if there were assigned parking spots. They were striped out and as if it were to be a paved parking lot. So that's not how people park in this area where the parking area is now, the church, at least from the church. They park in all kinds of different directions. They try to avoid the roosters of all things, and they park where they can. But this plan, too orderly, would not happen. Is you get to also consider that you have that's facing north between Coronado Civic Center and then that property, and also the issue too on the west side of that being addressed too. You do that, you lose parking spaces as well. But I feel again they should be different things, and if anything, it's not a good decision for the city to consider buying that property. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, how you doing? Tom Murphy, 220 Columbus Avenue. I'd like to touch base real quick. First, I'd like to thank the city manager for meeting with the residents shortly after the 2-week meeting that we had. I'll touch base a little bit. I have 20 years law enforcement and the last 15 years as a commercial contractor. When you tie those two items together, I'm not in here saying that where we're going, it's quid pro quo. I mean, it literally means this for this. And under the Title 18, I think it's 202 and 666, under the Hobbs Act, the color of law, you guys are opening a can of worms. You really are. You can't tie the two together. And we've even postponed the meeting for that. You didn't want to vote on one issue unless the other one was tied to it. You know, literally, you can't do it. The chief will tell you that they have units. I worked the last 9 years in HIDA, and they have specific units in the FBI public corruption units that's all they do, is look at these issues, whether they're meant, you know, intentionally or not. You guys are really opening up a can of worms for something that your return of investment is really nil, to be honest with you. You're going to end up spending, I mean, I think they just put the cart before the horse in this situation. And at the end of the day, you know, we want to have the quality of life there. The city, the church will still get the same amount of money. They have at least 2 buyers that I know of. Both buyers will keep it residential. They'll redo the house. They'll make it a bed and breakfast. They will keep it in the footprint that it is now. Okay? So I don't see the value. We're just hoping that you guys, you know, our requests as constituents will feel us. You know, and even the church, the money is the money. They're going to get the same amount for either one, whether the city buys it or a private individual buys it. So there's no, besides the rush of, you know, not doing economic impacts, all the things that should have been done to get this, I think it would have been a prudent situation if it was longer term. So you could have looked into these things and made sure that all the T's were crossed and the I's were dotted. I think the last thing I wanted to say is, I think, you know, and again, Mr. Hartman, I've had a few conversations with him in the past, honorable man, but he's tied into the church. You know, he's put into a precarious situation because he has to either vote with the people that elected him or vote for an organization that he volunteers for and is highly involved in. So, you know, the city manager said, well, he's not really paid. There's case law that will state there's other things besides monetary value, that hold value, that can be used in the future. So he's being put in the position, I think, that he should at least recuse himself from that vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming, I just want to clarify, and feel free to come ahead, I just want to clarify a couple of things. When people start throwing out stuff like FBI and corruption and quid pro quo, none of that's existing right here. When a property owner owns 2 pieces of property, it's absolutely within their rights to say this and this are combined, and if you do this, you got to do this. I'm not saying they're doing that here. I'm saying that is perfectly legal, just like if you own 2 cars and you said if you buy this one, you got to buy that one, or whatever that may be. So it's not. Nope. So that's not quid pro quo. We've got attorneys that are watching this. They would never lead the city, because that's all of our tax dollars if we do something like that. So the city attorney is all over that, making sure we're not in that spot. In this case, we specifically requested it structured that way because we were concerned about whether that lease would be renewed. We felt like that was a positive thing. So we'll get into more detail on that, but I just want to set that record pretty straight. And then I'll let Commissioner Hartman speak to his item at that. When we get to that item, you can speak to that, and there's also some guidance there. So, yes, sir, you're up next. And
Good evening, Mayor, fellow commissioners. I'm James Hawtrey. I live at 3328 Medici Boulevard. I'm here tonight for the special event permit that is on the consent agenda for the Harley-Davidson dealership. I just want to let you know I think we have a good plan. We have a safe plan, and I outlined everything in that packet. Just thank you for your time.
thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Shannon Murphy. I reside at 220 Columbus Ave. I just wanted to state that I was opposed to the city purchasing the property at 214 it definitely impacts my residents as well as the other residents on Columbus Ave. It would be devastating for us for all those trees to be removed in order for you to get the parking spots that you have drawn out, which, as residents, we don't see how you could get more than 8 parking spots in there. Regardless, I would really like for you to vote against that and leave it to someone else to purchase, keep it residents. We only have a couple houses on the block. It brings in a lot of traffic. We've been broken into. Our cars have been broken into. The trash that's on our property is ridiculous. So bringing that parking lot closer to our house, just really, our quality of life would definitely change. So I'd like you to take that into consideration. I'm opposed to the purchase of that for a parking lot. Thank you. And
Thank
thank you for cutting back the trees and removing the garbage cans. It definitely made a big difference. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Randy Herman, 108 Esther Street. Good evening, Mayor and Commission. I'd like to comment on a couple of things around safety and public health. I think the Commission took a bold move early on about advising the use of masks and social distancing. Obviously, we have not had the support of the state in doing much more than that. But it is concerning to me that there really has been a lot of lack of participation in that program. And I would urge the Economic Development Officer and his staff to meet with the Chamber and with the different business associations and see if we can recommit to safe NSB. If you go down Flagler on the evenings this last Super Bowl weekend, there were no masks. There was no social distancing. People I know are getting vaccine, and yet less than 3% of the nation has even gotten the second shot. Florida is leading in the variant, which is a very scary thing. So we're not out of the woods. And I think we took a great step when we went forward with our commitment to safety. But I would like to see our city recommit because we still have a lot of time ahead of us to work with this virus. In my counseling practice, I have been working with first responders, and the impact of daily seeing what the virus can do is really, really mind-bending and heartbreaking. So, and many families and members of the community have been directly affected by it. So I think let's go back to where we started with that, but I think we really need support from the Economic Development Officer, his staff, and working in cooperation with the business leaders and the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, hopefully I get to be the last person here today and say something positive. I'm up here, Scott Steger with the New Smyrna Beach Board of Realtors. Wanted to thank you guys for working with us on Turnbull Street Park and putting a dog park in there. Wanted to remind everybody that we're having the grand opening or the ribbon cutting for that on the 20th. Love to see many, many residents from New Smyrna there, all being safe, but coming in to see us. We're going to collect dog food and bedding and so forth for all of the local animal shelters. So please come up for that. We're also going to be selling hot dogs and potato chips and so forth as a fundraiser for the local animal shelters. But really excited to have that, excited to have you guys there. Hope that you can make it out, and just wanted to say thank you for everything that you guys do. Have a great night.
Thanks. You too. Yes, ma'am.
Lillian Conrad on behalf of Canal Street Historic District Business Association, 435 Canal Street. Good segue with Randy's comments earlier. Safety is the issue, and we are happy to see so many people out on the street. We're happy that our events are doing so well. We had our second art stroll, and it was very well attended. Lots of feet on the street. Before you tonight on the consent agenda is the antique and vintage market that we're going to request a street closure for the third Saturday in March. And speaking of pooches, as Scott just did, we have our Pooch Parade that we're going to have before you for the first Saturday in April, which happens to be the day before Easter. Might be a bunny around somewhere. And then finally, we have a spring fling that we'll be bringing before you. That's another sidewalk event, the 17th of April. Thank you so much. We're so happy to see people on the street. We're pleased that our vendors are practicing social distancing and that they're wearing masks. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Patty Lee Davis, 221 Columbus Avenue. I'm very much against 7B, you purchasing that piece of property. As I said 2 weeks ago, if you look at the north side of our street, it's a short street. If this house is sold for a parking lot, then we're only going to have one residential house on that side of the street, 4 on the south side. And so, I mean, the parking is, you know, when you live on the beach side, tourists come in, they park in your yard, they park everywhere. But it's just, I mean, it's just too much coming into the residential part of it. So I'm very much against that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Seeing no other brave souls, we're going to close public participation. Thank you all for participating. Yeah, I wanted to call out something somebody said right up front. I forget your name, I'm sorry, but you mentioned that you were told it wouldn't do any good to come and speak here. And I really hope that isn't how people feel. It may not be that it always goes exactly like you would like. I mean, there's issues we have to vote on when 2 different people can stand in front of us and one say, please vote for it, and one says, please vote against it. So obviously, they're both not going to walk out happy. But I hope that you always walk out feeling heard. And I can tell you this commission, and I think we had an example of it at our last meeting. We heard from a lot of folks on a particular item on the agenda, and we pressed pause. And we're now continuing to discuss it tonight after some more research and digging into it. So always know, I think government is supposed to work for the people, and I think we try as a body to do that and definitely hear you on things like that. So. All right, next item up is the consent agenda, 10 items, A through J. We'll begin with the Vice Mayor. Anything to pull?
6J, Mr. Mayor.
6J, the 4th of July food trucks. I got thanks. Commissioner McGurk, anything to pull?
No.
Commissioner Hartman, anything to pull?
No.
Commissioner Colodi, anything to pull?
6B for a comment.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items A through I, excluding item B?
So moved. Second.
City Clerk, could you call the roll on that, please?
Commissioner Colodi,
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sacks.
Yes.
Mayor Owen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Colodi, we'll start with yours, item B.
Okay, I've been out there to the playground. I see the dog park. I've received some correspondence from some residents supporting the playground, which I do also, except we've commissioned a master recreational plan for all of our parks. We haven't received it yet. I just think we should have that plan in place before we expend money for recreational park items such as this. To the manager?
We have the master
Brian?
plan coming up virtual, so Brian will give you the schedule on that one.
So we have, the next step is what we call a virtual public meeting. We're rolling this out this week, which is, it's a website you click on, and then you can view an inventory of our parks. You can provide input on existing parks, ideas for what folks would like to see for new parks. It's a virtual meeting that stays open for several weeks, so people can log on and provide input at their convenience rather than gathering at one time, and if you can't make it, that's your last chance. We will do a subsequent, hopefully in-person meeting to collect additional input, but that's where we're at right now. We have a number of documents on there showing our inventory complete to date and where we're at, but that's kind of a status update on the Parks Master Plan.
So we're not going to get final recommendations for a few months.
Correct.
Brian, question. Will maintenance ops decide which features that will go in the park? And do they have those planned already?
Are you asking about this specific park or
Yes,
overall?
Turnbull.
I don't know about this
You're
specific
okay.
park.
I think it's in the agenda package.
does.
Pay the game time playground proposal. Faith, you have comment?
Good evening, Mayor and Commission.
Thank you.
The playground design is in your agenda. It should be
Yes.
in your agenda packet.
Thank you.
Okay?
At 44,000, right?
I'm sorry?
At 44,000.
Right.
Okay.
So,
And
so what I didn't see in the agenda package, what kind of ground cover are we going to use for the actual playground?
it'll be playground quality mulch.
Okay. And that cost
And then
wasn't,
we're going to fence in the playground as well
okay.
with a 4-foot fence.
And that cost wasn't in the proposals. Do you have an idea?
That's within our parks, maintenance budget because we
Okay.
put playground mulch out
Everywhere, okay.
every year.
Okay. All right,
So,
thanks.
Okay.
Okay. Faith and or Brian, I guess probably Brian. So the master plan, like, crystal ball this for me. When would we be able to use that to make decisions like this? Like, what kind of, are we talking plus 1 year or plus 3 months, or what kind of time frame?
No, I'd say it's closer to like a 3-month time frame if we're able to get the input, and it depends somewhat on how critical is an in-person public meeting and when we can have that, or if we want to just push forward with, using the input from the virtual meeting if that's successful.
Okay. I mean, I tend to agree with Commissioner Colodi. Does the staff have any concerns with trying to just delay this for 3 months and make sure it's the right strategic direction? Am I missing something? I'm not saying I wouldn't support this, but I just like to see that master plan first.
I kind of agree with that line of thought, but then we don't have any parks at the north end of town like that. So, we're limited as to the parks. Most of them are, beachside or, the major parks. So that's why, I didn't raise the issue about doing it right now. But I think going forward, certainly I would rather have that master park plan done before I decide anything else.
Okay. Can I get a motion on this item?
Motion to approve.
Second.
City Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Colodi?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you're keeping that on our minds, though, Commissioner Colodi. That's a good call out. Vice Mayor Sacks.
Thank you,
Item
Mr.
J.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question for staff. Is there a cutoff date where we have to provide a yay or nay for the fireworks provided? My concern is if our pandemic gets out of hand and, God forbid, something else happens, that we feel that we need to keep people separate like we did, unfortunately, with the last one. Do we have that option?
We do, and David has the dates on that one, so he'll give you the dates. Go ahead,
Right,
David.
Yes, sir. We're going to be bringing forth as well to you the contract for the actual firework display, and we're going to put in that agreement some cutoff dates. But typically, a cutoff date is going to be right around the first week of May.
Thanks, Dave. Okay.
Okay.
And
All
a
right.
motion to approve 6J?
Motion to approve 6J from the Vice Mayor. Do I have a second?
Second.
City Clerk?
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Colodi?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. That clears the consent agenda, all 10 items. Thank you, staff, everyone who worked on that. Item 7A, approval of a lease extension of the lot there by the Coronado United Methodist. Kyler?
Yes, Mayor. As you recall, back in January, we discussed the purchase of 214 Columbus, as well as extending the lease on the 65 spaces that the city leases from the church. The current lease expires.
Sorry. You gotta do something. We're working with a new sound system tonight, so there's gonna be some bugs.
Sorry about that.
Give 'em 1 minute. Try it now.
All right, go back on. The current lease expires on November 30th of 2021. So we have presented a draft lease to the church that give us 10 years on the lease for the 65 spaces. Through the discussions with the church membership, they have asked us to include a couple of items there that is not on the current lease, such as they ask us not to have any overnight parking, as well as no recreational vehicles and trailers, which it's included in this lease as well. That's something that has to be enforced. Obviously, the parking ambassadors, they leave at 5, but I have discussed with the chief, so the police officers will be able to enforce that portion of the lease. They also have asked us to have a contact person that they could contact if they have any issues during the day or weekends, and that will be given to them as well. They have asked us to maintain unpaved lots, which that's what we are trying to keep to maintain the integrity and not to take any trees out. The current payment on the lease is $632.90. That would remain, but the current lease has the 3% increase, which we probably have this year with no increase, but on December of next year we'll have the 3% increase on it. They don't want any heavy equipment or tractor trailer on the property as well. We will probably have to install signage in order to maintain no overnight parking and other prohibition from parking in the 65 spaces. The funding for this parking, when we had the initial lease, was from CRA and general fund, and the CRA has expired and sunsetted in that area, so this will be coming out of the parking fund. The parking fund is supposed to be to fund any parking initiative, and that is part of the parking initiative. So no general fund expenses on this one. And I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you might have. The church has approved the draft lease that is in front of you.
Okay. I just want to say one more thing too, just because the dispersion was made earlier. So this item was requested to be linked, if you will, to the cell, which we're going to talk about next, by this commission. And here's why. This lease, which is 65 spaces, in an area that we could use 165 spaces, so we can't afford to lose these 65 for dadgum sure. Our concern was, we complete this other deal, and then all of a sudden the church says, well, we don't want to renew that lease. So we thought, hey, as a bit of leverage, we can try to link these two together. So that was the purpose of why that whole situation got to be how that situation was we were hoping to make sure we were using every tool we had from a negotiation standpoint to make sure this lease got renewed. We felt like it would. Church has been a great neighbor, a great partner. We felt like that would be the case. So that's why that was like it was and went down at that time. But you'll notice tonight, this is 7A. The next item up is 7B. I heard no discussion from the city manager about those two being contingent upon each other. I'd ask also, Carrie, if you would just clarify the rules for recusal on a vote, because there's rules about when we can do it. There's also rules about when you can't. You can't just recuse yourself because you don't want to vote on something, because if we could, I think we'd all recuse ourselves a little bit later tonight. Carrie.
Yep, Chapter 112 is the Code of Ethics, and it talks about when you have a conflict of interest on a vote, and it really comes down to money. Do you stand to gain or lose on a particular vote? So if Commissioner Hartman stood to increase his profit off of the church selling the lot to the city, then he would have a conflict of interest. But as a member of a church, he has no financial interest in whether the church sells it to the city or sells it to somebody else. So there's no conflict of interest, and Chapter 286 says if you don't have a conflict of interest, you're required to vote as an elected official.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. All right, with that, I'll open it up to commission discussion.
Question, Mr. Mayor,
Sure.
for staff. Khalid, is the church allowed to lease spots to other parties while the city has an agreement?
No, they don't. I mean, it's a public parking leased by the city, so it's not offered to anybody else, but anybody could park there, during the hours that we specified.
So we should not see on special events parking $5 in that lot?
Well, during special events, I mean, it's public parking, so.
But they cannot charge?
No.
I just want to make sure that you can't have a separate agreement with someone else while we lease.
No.
But as long as we are not having any food trucks parking in that parking lot or trailers or commercial vehicles.
I think if I may, I think the Vice Mayor is saying that the church owns, I've driven through there, they own some adjacent property, I believe, that they do sell parking during a special event. So you may drive by and see parking $10 during, or whatever it is, during a special event. They could not do that on this. This is first come, first served public parking.
Different parcel.
We are the only ones that can charge for that. They cannot. And that is a different parcel, though, that isn't
Fair
in this
enough.
package.
The one they used for the $10 is actually across the street, not on this specific lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, they absolutely could not do that, and I don't believe they ever have done that on this lot.
Good.
Other comments by the commission? If not, do I have a motion on item 7A?
So moved. Second.
No other discussion. City Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Clody?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
That item is approved. Thank you. Item 7B, approval of a purchase of property at 214 Columbus. City Manager.
Yes, sir. Again, back on the last meeting, we discussed the purchase of 214 Columbus as well as the extending of the lease. At that meeting, we had property owners and residents on Columbus who spoke to the commission in opposition of purchasing the 214 Columbus. The commission directed the city manager to meet with the property owners and discuss with them their issues and their concerns. So the next day, I met with a couple of property owners. One of them is the adjacent property owner. We discussed their concerns. Obviously, this would be a parking lot adjacent to a residential home. So I appreciate their concerns. I asked them what would it take to make it a positive project. Initially, they said we don't want the purchase to begin with. So, but eventually they gave me a few items that if we do, that would make it a positive project. And one of them is not to take any trees out, no access to Columbus, increase the buffer between the 214 and the adjacent property. So after the discussion with them, and I really had a change of mind about the whole project. I think in order to create the peace in the neighborhood, I think it would be wise to back out of the purchase for two purposes. One is I really, when I was talking to especially the adjacent property owner, I felt like if I was in his shoes, what would I do? And that's what made me kind of change my mind on the purchase. So at this point, my recommendation to the City Commission is not to purchase the property, because after the restrictions that we talked about, we really don't gain any much parking spaces. And I just felt like it's not a good thing for the city to do. I think I want to create the peace between the church and the property owners and the city. So with that, my recommendation is not to purchase.
Okay. Any discussion by the commission? Comments? Yes, sir.
So you did speak with the church, and they're okay with?
I did. I'm sorry. Yes, I did. Actually, I immediately called the church representative, and I advised him of my recommendation, and they were okay with it. He indicated to me that they have a couple of buyers. I think it's the adjacent property owner indicated that he is interested as well. If there is opportunity, that he will purchase the property as well.
Okay. So for the record, I did ask the city attorney about whether or not I should recuse myself, and she gave me the same answer she gave all of you. The church never asked me what my opinion was about that piece of property, and I basically am the bus driver and work on mission trips. So I'm very low in that pecking order.
How large is your salary from the church?
Oh, it's almost as good as the one here. So I did inquire about that, and I was assured that I did not have to recuse myself. So.
Okay. Any other discussion on this item? Yes, Commissioner Clody.
So prior to the last meeting, I did receive a phone call from the residents who were caught a little off guard about our plans to purchase it. I did meet with them, and I suggested both to them and our manager that they have a meeting to explain their position and what they felt on it. I have mixed feelings on it. We are desperately in need of parking down there. Now, what I understand the purchase price is, what would the purchase price be?
The purchase price is $377,000.
And we could construct approximately 15 parking spaces, a net gain of 15.
It's probably after the restrictions that we talked about with the adjacent property owners, I think probably will be less parking spaces than what we initially thought about. So that's what kind of made me just rethink about it.
I have no problem with the increase in the buffer along the side property line. I have no problem with not having access to Columbus. And I have no problem with leaving all the historic oak trees on the property. There's a couple other ones that are questionable to begin with. One other item came up. I was approached by another property owner on Flagler Avenue who has a piece of property that could be developed for parking, and he has it for sale. And I asked our manager to speak with him on it. Could you give us some details on the the approximate size, how many parking spaces, and what the cost would be?
Mayor, point of order, wouldn't be that under commission comments or something? I mean, we're specific about.
My only curiosity was just the metrics of the parking space to cost ratio. So if you can just limit it to that, just because I think that I'm curious to see how that relates to this one, and then I don't want to debate a whole other lot because we're debating this one.
Commissioner Colodi has spoken to the property owner and then asked me to speak with him. So I met with the property owner. The property we are talking about is a vacant piece of property on the north side of Flagler Avenue, just east of the Hampton Inn. It's about 50 by 154 feet. Roughly, when I calculated how many spaces, it's about maybe 19 to 20 spaces. He's asking for about $930,000 for the property. We have not done any appraisal. This is his asking price. So I guess when Commissioner Colodi have asked me to speak to him, and if the commission wishes for us to proceed with at least get the appraisal, we could do that at the commission discretion.
That was nine. What was the asking price?
It's 50 by 154.
No,
it's
yeah.
$930,000.
930, and you estimated not holding
about 19 to 20 spaces.
Let's call it 20 to be generous. So it's about 46,000 per space. This property was in the 26,000 or so per space, if I have my math right. 377.
Yeah, the purpose of my request was to get a comparison as to what parking spaces cost. We know we have a big deficit down there, and we should work to solve that. I'm not recommending we even get an appraisal on the other property because
all right, we'll hold the discussion on the other property for later. Okay.
Well, I don't even want to look at that. I just want the information out there.
Perfect. Okay. Any other comments on item 7B, or do I have a motion on item 7B?
So moved.
So I have a motion to approve the purchase of the property located at 214 Columbus Avenue. Do we need to go, let me ask this real quick, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
The motion has to be made in the affirmative.
Yeah, that's what I, was,
Yes.
I wanted to clarify for everyone else, but I was going to ask, do we even need a motion on this item if there's not an
Well, you have a staff recommendation, but the commission still should act. So you have a motion in the
Okay.
positive
All
to.
right, we have a motion and a second. Motions are always made in the affirmative. It doesn't mean the person that made the motion agrees. It just keeps it very clear when you're not voting on double negatives anyway. So, if no other discussion, City Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Wait a
Oh,
second.
sorry, go ahead.
Who was the second?
Commissioner Hartman.
Okay, any discussion?
I'm open to discussion if you would like some.
Would the maker of the motion considering a condition to have no access on Columbus and to provide a minimum buffer of 10 feet along the easterly sideline of the property where the adjoining residence is?
I don't know, it doesn't affect my vote, but I'll go ahead and amend my motion to include no access on Columbus and a 10-foot buffer on the side next to the residence.
So go, okay.
I'm okay with it.
Thank
All
you.
right. Any other discussion? City Clerk, if you'd call the roll.
Commissioner McGurk?
No.
Vice Mayor Sacks?
No.
Commissioner Cloney?
No.
Commissioner Hardman?
No.
Mayor Owen?
No.
All right, thank you.
That item is denied. We will not be purchasing that property. Thank you all.
So, Mayor, let me just
Yes.
make it clear. You denied not to purchase, or you denied the purchase?
We denied the purchase. So the
Okay,
motion was to
because
approve.
the staff recommendation is not to purchase, so I just was trying to
Yeah,
make
yeah.
sure. Okay.
No, the motion was to approve the purchase of a property. That was the affirmative motion. The vote was not to do that. Clarity for the commission. Everyone, any confusion on that from what you voted on? I don't want anybody saying they didn't understand the vote. So, yeah, nobody wanted to purchase it. We agreed with staff's recommendation. Okay, next item up is item 8A, a special exception. This is going to be a public hearing, and I want to just say real quick. So this past Sunday was the Super Bowl. That is the type of event where you cheer for your favorite team and you boo the other team. This isn't the Super Bowl. This is a business meeting where we try to maintain professional decorum. So as you hear different things, you hear commission comments, as you hear applicant comments, you'll hear witnesses, maybe friends, neighbors that talk. You'll have things you agree with, you'll have points you love, you'll have points you hate, you disagree with. I just ask we keep it professional, no cheering, no booing, none of that. We're going to have a professional meeting, everyone will be heard, and then we'll make a decision. So with that, I'll turn it over to the city attorney to put some things on the record.
Yes, if you'll bear with me for some procedural matters, and I would ask Mr. Wilson to kind of approach for just this initial ex parte disclosures. It's the city's position that the Section 2-148 land use matters that was adopted on January 12th, 2021 applies to this hearing, and that ex parte communications related to land use matters do not have to be disclosed. However, in an abundance of caution and in the event we have judicial review, we are going to go ahead and comply with Section 2-147, which is access to city officials, and proceed with ex parte disclosures. We're going to take it in 3 different steps. The first is regarding emails. The city clerk and myself have done email searches, including up to about 4 o'clock today, and we have provided the applicant with any emails you have received. Has anyone checked their emails since? I know there was one that came in at 4:30. I would ask you not to check your emails anymore so that we can not have to worry about anything not being disclosed to the applicant. Does anyone have anything to disclose after 4 o'clock today? Emails, specifically.
None.
None. Vice Mayor?
I may have some, but I have not read them.
Okay.
Ditto, I know I have seen some pop up, but I have not been able to read them, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay.
I think I forwarded the last one to
Okay. And Mr. Wilson, will you acknowledge receipt of 3 sets of emails that have been entered into the written record for email searches related to borough pit, anything sent to city officials?
I will acknowledge receipt of everything that you have mentioned.
If you can talk into that mic, that'd be great.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I have received those emails.
Okay,
yes.
and the next section is going to be any ex parte communications, whether it's telephone calls, if you had any Zoom calls, and we'll start with Commissioner Hartman. If you could identify any ex parte communications you've had on this application starting January 1, 2021, because we do recognize that there's a prior history to this case, but the resubmittal really is only in 2021. So do you have any ex parte communications to disclose that occurred after January 1, 2021 that are not emails? Okay. Can you identify who you spoke with, the nature of the conversation?
Do you want to continue with Commissioner McGurk, and we'll get back to him in a minute?
Sure. We'll come back to Commissioner Hartman.
We'll come back to you.
Commissioner McGurk.
So you want?
He's got a microphone. So somebody called you while you were driving and requested a meeting?
Want to discuss the borrow pit. I told them that I had not received anything through city staff, either in an agenda form or anything like that. I had no knowledge of anything that's been done other than what had been done in the past, so it would be pointless to meet, and we left it at that.
Okay.
So there was no meeting and nothing other than, he asked to meet, and I said, I have no new information, so there's no really point to meet.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, any questions for Mr. Hartman?
No questions.
Okay.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner McGurk, any ex parte communications to disclose that are not in email?
Yes, I do. Similar to Commissioner Hartman, I took a phone call when I was driving. I believe the gentleman said his name was Timothy Williams. I can certainly go back in my records and look harder to determine if I can find out the exact name. And so that was the individual who called me. He wanted clarification as to why this issue was coming back before the city commission.
Okay. And did you explain to him that there was a lawsuit?
I explained to him my understanding was that a judge made a ruling that required it to come back before us.
Okay. Any other conversations?
Yes, I can't confirm just on the abundance of caution. I've spoken to Marvel Richards about this. Same thing. Clarification on why this was coming back before us, and small discussion on the possibility of adding in conditions additional to what staff has done.
Okay.
The third person is, and I'm not positive with Ms. Richards whether or not that was before or after January 1st, so I just
Okay.
included. I had a conversation with Ms. Sally Gillespie. The majority of the conversation was about something totally unrelated. I did make a comment to her, and of course, in the abundance of caution, I want to let you know about that. And that simple comment was, I was surprised with how many emails that I have that don't seem to take into account the possible ramifications, the other side of this vote.
Okay.
That's it.
Mr. Wilson, any questions for Mr. McGurk?
In your, Commissioner, in your conversations, did you give any opinions as to where you stood on this issue?
No, I did not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mayor Owen, do you have any ex parte communications to disclose other than what's contained in the email record?
Yeah, I think two different things. One was a call from a representative of the applicant, Mr. Santiago, who I think is here with us tonight. I thought I saw him walking in. He was asking my thoughts on kind of the best way to facilitate a community conversation. I gave him my opinion on that. I shared some thoughts on the prior process that was done and how my feedback on how that could be done better, just from a no evidentiary, but just how it could be done from a community standpoint a bit better. So that was an applicant representative, so I assume they passed on details of that conversation. And then there was a meeting requested with myself and city staff from some residents in the Sugar Mill area. I know Marvel Richards was there. I know Claudia was there, and there was one other young lady there that is here tonight, and I can't remember her name. That's embarrassing, but she's right here. Remind me your name. Yes, Maureen Terrell. Sorry. So they joined, and Brian, and you may have had someone else there. Was it just you? I forget who was there. I think it was just you. I think it was just Brian. I joined at the beginning of that meeting and basically laid out that because of the legal nature of this, that I wouldn't stay for that meeting. I hadn't seen the staff report. I had no further information on the item, and so I actually then stepped out of that meeting and left that entirely with staff, and they can all attest to that. And that is all that I recall outside of the emails. If anything else that certainly won't affect my vote tonight, because I don't remember it.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, any questions?
No further questions, thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Sachs, do you have any ex parte communications that are not contained in the email record?
I do not.
None. Okay. Mr. Wilson, any questions?
No,
okay.
No questions, thank you.
And Commissioner Colodi, how about ex parte communications, nature and substance of what you discussed?
None.
Okay. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay. And then last category, any site visits, investigations, or expert opinions. Have any of you done any site visits, investigations, or received any expert opinions regarding this application? Commissioner Hartman?
Other than driving by it almost daily, no.
Commissioner McGurk?
No.
Mayor Owen?
I drive by it routinely. I've looked at it using Google or Apple Maps from an aerial viewpoint. And I have done some, internet detectiving on just borrow pits and impacts, and tried to, just educate myself a little bit. I'm happy to share some of the articles I read, if I can find them in my browser history. But
Any questions for him on his internet
yes,
searches?
I'd be interested in what you've read,
send
if
them
I
your way.
could get a copy of that. So.
Yeah, it was U.S.
Thank
government Army reports about some stuff they were doing up in the Carolinas.
Thank you, sir.
I will try my best. I also want to make my commission comfortable, though, with the mask. So.
Do you have any objection proceeding tonight without having received his report yet?
I have no objection to
Okay.
proceeding tonight.
Vice Mayor Sachs, any site visits, investigations, expert opinions that you've received on this application?
Yes, it's been quite some time, but I did seek expert.
I would say starting January 1.
None.
Okay. And any questions?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Colodi?
None.
Okay, thank you.
No questions.
Okay. All right, that concludes our ex parte disclosures, and we can proceed with the public hearing.
May I just, as
you were gonna-
housekeeping
Sure.
measure, I have two documents. One is the staff report, and the other is
He's submitting it into the record, the staff report, which is included already, but will, in abundance of caution, mark it Exhibit A. And then Exhibit B is his PowerPoint, which will be up on the screen shortly when it turns to applicant presentation. And Mr. Wilson has requested that we swear in our witnesses and proceed with that.
Okay. Gary, there was one more question I had. I think you were going to ask about in conjunction with the other way was, will your vote tonight be based solely? Do you have that or no?
Sure. Commissioner Hartman, do you swear that tonight your vote will be based solely on the written record submitted and the oral testimony given tonight?
I do.
Okay. Commissioner McGurk, do you swear that you're, yes. Mayor Owen?
I do.
Vice Mayor?
I swear.
Commissioner Colodi?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and we can proceed with city staff first.
Okay, we will first hear from Mr. Brian Fields. If you would please I guess you're just going to stay there.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. I don't have in my script that we need to do all the professional what we do. Yeah.
Yep. Please state your name
Brian Scott Fields.
and your professional qualifications.
My education, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Civil Engineering from the University of Maryland. I have a Master's in Business Administration from the University of Florida. My professional background, my position here at the city is the Assistant City Manager and Director of Development Services. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Florida. I have 25 years of experience in land development engineering, planning, permitting, public administration, and related services.
Okay. Any objection to deeming Mr. Fields an expert in land development?
None.
Mr. Wilson? Thank you.
Brian, if you would, I'm sorry, I don't have the script for that. Do you have it in front of you, the full, like, I don't have the
Will you state if this application is consistent with the comprehensive plan?
I will. I'll state a recommendation after a brief staff report. Kelly, if you could please zoom in on that first page there, the aerial map. Just going to go over some details here. It's a very lengthy, detailed staff report. I'm going to hit some key points. This is a request for approval of a borrow pit excavation special exception under Land Development Regulation Section 801.15. Location, as shown on the map here, is immediately south and fronting on State Road 44, east of Florida Memorial Parkway 995, and directly south of the Sugar Mill Drive intersection. The borrow pit is within the northern portion of a total 119-acre undeveloped property, and approximately 36 acres are dedicated for the proposed borrow pit. Property is zoned A1 prime agriculture and has associated city future land use designation of activity center. That A1 zoning district allows a borrow pit use by special exception approval of the city commission. A little bit of background we've already talked about. This item is a rehearing of a special exception request that went before the city commission on February 11th, 2020. The commission denied the special exception by a 5-0 vote at that meeting. The applicants appealed the city commission's decision to the circuit court, and in October 2020, the court issued a ruling that quashed the city commission's denial of the special exception. That application is now back before the city commission for reconsideration. The application itself has not changed, nor has the detailed staff report and the attachments. Kelly, if you could please advance to slide 2. Based on discussions with the applicant, what has changed are 3 of the recommended conditions of approval, and I will hit those and then go back to a couple key points. But these are the only 3 changes in the recommended conditions. The first is that the access to the borrow pit will be exclusively from the signalized intersection at State Road 44 and Sugar Mill Drive. Previously, the access was from the abandoned gas station at the northwest corner of the property. Second, the allowable operating hours of the borrow pit are recommended to be from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. Previously, it was 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. The change to 7 p.m. would be consistent with the city's construction site management standards that were adopted in 2019. The third condition that's changed is the borrow pit operations must cease at issuance of any building permit for the remainder of the property. That was previously listed as any development order, so it's now changed to building permit. I'll get to what that means in just a few minutes here. So just backtracking to some key issues here that have come up. First, traffic and access. Again, if approved, the access would be from the signalized intersection. That does address staff's concern about vehicles turning right into traffic, having to weave across to the left turn lane on State Road 44 to either go north on Sugar Mill or make the U-turn to go west on State Road 44. Even at peak operations, the volume of traffic from a borrow pit would be relatively low compared to if it were a commercial development. However, as has been noted, that borrow pit traffic, although lower in volume, would primarily consist of dump trucks. Second key point is related to the future development. And prior to the first hearing, we met with the owner of the property, and she said she had no intentions of seeing this property developed. However, in November of 2020, staff was contacted and had a pre-application meeting with a developer interested in developing the front of this property as a commercial development. At that time, staff indicated that in order to develop the property, the first step would be to rezone it as a PUD in conjunction with the master development agreement covering the entire 119-acre property. That PUD would have to comply with the Activity Center future land use. However, no development applications were submitted following that pre-application meeting. So for this application, one of the recommended conditions of approval that has not changed is that the special exception would be limited to 5 years. So you could operate the borrow pit in a 5-year period. Another recommended condition, as I mentioned before, is that no building permits could be issued while the borrow pit is in operation. So just to be clear, I want to make sure the commission understands this. If this were approved, if they started operation as a borrow pit, the applicant could submit that PUD application for rezoning. We would take it through our process. If it were approved, the applicant could then submit a site plan for a particular development. Only at issuance of a building permit would they have to stop the borrow pit operation. So they would get up to 5 years if after a year or 2 years, if a building permit is issued, they have to stop the borrow pit, implement the restoration program that's in the staff report, and then proceed with the development. Final item I'll cover in my presentation is the special exception criteria, and there are 3 in the code. And the first is that the requested use has to be listed among the special exceptions in the district, and that is correct. As I noted, the borrow pit is a special exception in the A1 zoning district. Second, the requested use will not impair the character of the surrounding or adjoining districts, nor be detrimental to the public health, morals, and welfare. So staff determined that the nature of the requested use could impact the public welfare and the character of the surrounding adjoining districts. However, staff determined that the extensive list of the suggested conditions of approval for this temporary use could adequately manage those potential detrimental impacts. So that criterion has been met, conditioned upon the list of the recommended special exception conditions be approved and properly implemented. Third condition is that adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, sanitation, and or other necessary services and facilities are or will be available or provided for the proposed use. In this case, the necessary public services would be adequate for the on-site operations under the current request. This criteria has been met. As far as the recommendations, the Planning and Zoning Board heard this in December of 2019. This is the original application. The board voted 5-2 to recommend the City Commission approve the requested special exception. So finally, staff's recommendation, as noted in the report, is to recommend approval subject to the proper implementation and enforcement of all of the 7 recommended conditions and the listed subconditions in the staff report. That's the conclusion of my report, subject to any questions you may have.
Okay. Just brief overview real quick, kind of order of events. So we're hearing from the city now, and then we'll have a chance to fully cross-examine from the commission the applicant of the city. We'll next hear from the applicant after that, and then and any witnesses they would like to call. And then finally, we will hear from the public that would wish to testify on this item. Remember, though, you are testifying, and we'll get into more of that in the future. So just so you have the kind of the lay of the land. With that, do we have any comments or rather questions of Brian by the commission? We'll start with the commission, then we'll give the applicant a chance. Yes, sir.
Brian, when would the 5-year time limit actually start?
It would be at approval of the special exception.
So if it gets approved tonight, it starts?
So if they delay in submitting a site plan, which they would still have to do if they're approved, their 5-year would start at approval of the special exception.
Okay.
Any other questions for Brian? Yes, Commissioner Colodi.
On the criteria where it's not to be detrimental to adjoining property owners, to the city in general, what steps did we take regarding the environmental effects related to the wetlands and the groundwater conditions, and what that might have on adjoining properties, especially due to length of the proposed operation?
So staff, as far as the environmental impacts, the borrow pit requires extensive dewatering. You're pumping down the groundwater in order to complete the excavation. So the regulatory agency who oversees that is the Water Management District. And the permit that is required for that is a consumptive use permit. So the city typically in our review of any excavation, whether stormwater pond or borrow pit, would lean on the Water Management District as the scientific regulatory agency to determine impacts of that nature.
Do you know if they've applied for and if they have received such a permit?
They do have a consumptive use permit. Staff has not reviewed that in detail. We would, at the time of the site plan, go back and see at that moment in time, do they have everything they need from other agencies?
So I understand at this particular point we are determining whether we are going to issue the special exception. However, that doesn't preclude us from taking further investigations or looking into it. Obviously, they could come up with more testimony also at the time of site plan approval.
That's correct. With tonight being just the use, we have the opportunity to do those investigations.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I please, I'm sorry, I need to go back and correct an item in my own testimony. So the special exception, it was noted that it's approval for 5 years from city approval to site plan and all other required permits consistent with the 5-year permit approval from the Water Management District.
Okay.
Is how it's written in here. It's a little different than our normal special exception approval.
Okay. Brian, I've got quite a few questions here. I apologize, but let's just dive in. Do you know how many people will be working on site?
That I would have to ask the operator, who I believe is here tonight.
I'm going to ask them many of the same questions.
Okay.
I just want to get from staff's perspective. Will there be any facilities on site specifically related to sanitation? Like where will these folks use a restroom?
That would also be operator.
Thank you. The dewatering pumps, we mentioned about limiting the operating levels, the noise levels. What does the word minimize mean when we say minimizing noise levels?
So we see this in any excavation. So there are certain types of pumping equipment that are silent pumps, especially if they're operating 24 hours in residential areas, that must be used. So we would look at minimize off-site impacts are not there, basically. Is you cannot have your noise impact an adjacent residential area.
How close is the nearest residence to the site, to the primary, let's say to the kind of centric primary activities on the site, and specifically to the pump location?
Haven't seen, again, the site plan would go into more detail. The nearest subdivision is approximately 2,000 feet away.
Okay. So that's a mile and a quarter, roughly.
Over quarter mile. Close.
Yeah, it's 5,000 feet now. Sorry, it's going yards. Yes.
The mile is 5,280.
Yeah, 5,280, 1,700 in yards. Sorry. Okay. The gas station, we talk about it being removed. Will that be revegetated and landscaped or just removed? What's the
ground surface would have to be stabilized. And
it's concrete now.
So demolition would require removal of all building materials, not just the building itself.
Okay. So all of that would go away.
Everything would go away, ground surface would be stabilized and restored.
Okay. But as part of that restoration, our perception is that would include revegetation, some re-landscaping.
Typically stabilize the ground surface, not re-landscaping.
Okay.
So like seed or sod or mulch.
Okay. But that's right now just open to interpretation.
It would be. It'd be shown in the site plan.
Okay. What is, in staff's opinion, what will the dust levels be and how far will those reach?
Dust is a matter of how well they control it and the means in which they have on site. So dust can be very strictly controlled, and it should be, it's required to be, by our construction site management standards and other applicable standards. It's a matter of how they execute it with the personnel and equipment they have on site.
And so is it staff's opinion that that basically is managed by other things, that those wouldn't be considerations we would put as a part of this?
It could be consideration. I mean, it's a large excavation. The effort to control dust is significant. However, it can be controlled properly.
Okay. Can be and is going to be are two different things. What is the impact on the aquifer, and how do we measure that? We're pumping out a ton of groundwater. Is that everything you just talked about with the CUP requirements and St. John's Water Management?
Yeah, I would defer to my previous answers. We would look at the water management district, look at their pumping and the impacts. We do have the ability at site plan or during construction, if we felt like there was a detrimental impact, to bring in our own expert to evaluate either their plans or something that was happening in the field.
Okay. Last couple questions, sorry, but this is a big item. How many species and of what type would be displaced by the clearing, the digging, and the ongoing operations on that site? Have we studied that at all?
We have not. I believe there's an environmental review in the staff report. The area where this is proposed, you can see on there was an existing borrow pit already, and most of it is already cleared. So I think from an environmental standpoint, disturbance to habitat is minimized on this site compared to some others.
Okay. Is there needed any kind of an erosion or sediment control plan?
Yes, that would be in this part of the site plan.
We do, so we would have that in place as part of the site plan?
Yes.
This goes along a little bit with the dust question earlier, but air quality impacts, if we measured that, is that a measurable thing? Do we have expert opinion on that? Meaning from the equipment that's going to operate constantly on the site, the trucks coming and going, soil disturbances, et cetera, soil disturbances meaning creating dust in the air. Any opinions on the air quality impacts in the immediate area?
It's not something we have the ability to measure or evaluate. We'd have to bring in an expert to do that.
Okay. Water quality monitoring, is that something, if there were concerns about the water quality in or around that area being impacted by these operations, either the output or anything else, is that what provisions do we have for that at this time?
That is under our purview, under their stormwater management plan on site, both as far as the discharge of that dewatering operation, protection of wetlands and other sensitive areas, as well as the normal stormwater management of the site. So that would be our engineering staff working with our consultants as needed to evaluate, as well as other agencies when you get into stormwater management permitting.
Okay. And then last question would be, we've got a lot of criteria that we've identified here, which we've said, hey, this could negatively impact the welfare and the character of the surrounding adjoining districts, but we've got this list of conditions of approval that we think can mitigate those. What would be the recourse? What recourse do we have as a city? Would we have, be it fines, ceasing operations, et cetera, and ongoing monitoring of all of these myriad of criteria?
We would have the ability to shut it down if it was in violation of either city code or the conditions of a permit that the city issued. So we have that ultimate recourse.
Okay. All right, that's all my questions. Does the applicant have any questions for the city staff?
Good evening, Mr. Fields. How are you?
Hi.
Sir, are you aware whether the applicant...
You're going to have to speak in that mic or nobody's going to hear you, including your own court reporter.
You know, when I'm at home, I just roar in every room of the house. I don't roar into the mic, so forgive me. I'll try and get used to this. Mr. Fields, are you aware if the applicant has agreed to all of the conditions that staff has recommended as part of its recommendation of approval?
Yes, I believe the applicant has agreed to every condition that's listed in the staff report.
And you were asked also about the subsurface conditions, the aquifer and so on. Didn't the applicant already submit a geotech report that was considered by staff and in fact is in the staff report?
We do have a geotechnical report. It is included in the staff report.
And did that address some of those conditions or concerns?
It addressed some of the questions and concerns. I don't know if that report addresses everything, however.
And that report is part of the staff report?
Yes.
So anyone can look at that if they want to see it. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just one follow-up clarification. We do have in the special exception portion of our LDRs, in any case where the conditions of a special exception have not been or are not being complied with, the enforcement official shall give the permittee notice of intention to revoke the permit at least 10 days prior to a city commission review. So they'd get notice 10 days, and then it would come back before you.
Okay, thank you. All right, if no other questions of city staff at this time, we will now hear from the applicant, any witnesses they would like to present.
Just have a minute to get Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, staff, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is J. Christie Wilson III. I'm an attorney with offices at 601 North Fern Creek, Suite 220 in Orlando, and I have the privilege tonight to represent the applicant. I know the hour is moving along rapidly, so I'm going to try my best to move crisply through my presentation and not belabor it. And with that, I would call my first witness, who is, thank you, Mr. Jack Smith, who is an engineer. Mr. Smith.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, could you give us your full name for the record, please?
It's John P. Smith.
And what is your business address, sir?
It's, I'm sorry. It's HSA Golden, 11 Lake Atlan Road, Orlando, Florida.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a civil environmental engineer.
And would you tell us what your educational background is?
I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Stevens Institute of Technology in Hoboken, New Jersey, and a master's degree in environmental engineering from Drexel University in Philadelphia.
Are you a registered engineer, sir, in the state of Florida?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with the borrow pit application that we're here to discuss tonight?
Yes, I prepared the plans for it.
If I can have, let's see. How do I move to the next slide?
A question. We're going to be viewing a presentation on the board up here that I don't have on my laptop, so is there a problem if I sit in the audience and watch it? Can't see it from this angle.
Yeah, go for it.
I certainly have no objections. So.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have some initial slides in our PowerPoint. Mike? Okay. I just have some initial slides in our presentation that show the general location, which I think is familiar to everyone here. We are on the south side of State Road 44 to the west of Sugar Mill. And again, some more photographs of the project location and aerial maps. This is the description of the project, which includes the excavation of a borrow pit. It also includes the construction of a haul road. And we'll get into some of the concerns that have been mentioned already about dust and how the trucks that come to and from the site will be treated to minimize impacts on the road. And then, as has been said, we're going to be removing the existing old Shell gas station that is at the, it would be the west side of the property. That station has been deactivated. The tanks were certified closed in November of 2019, and it is an EDI site. There may be continuing monitoring wells that will continue to be there, but the tanks and everything have been removed. Mr. Smith, using this slide, which is slide number 6, can you tell us about the size of the pond and how it's laid out or will be laid out if approved? You have to come back here.
Yes, the existing borrow pit you can see is about a little over 7 acres, and the proposed borrow pit expands it by another 10 acres. Part of the existing borrow pit to the north will actually be filled, because we're setting the borrow pit back approximately 400 feet from the road.
So that would be the outline that we see to the north of the contour lines in the borrow pit. There's an outline. That's the area that's going to be filled?
Yes, yes.
Okay, now there are lines that run around the boundaries of the pond. What are those lines?
We have near the water level, we have a littoral shelf, which will have littoral plant.
Do you see contour lines around the interior of the pond?
Yeah, that goes.
Our mic just went dead.
Yeah. Try it again.
No, okay. They show the actual excavation of the pond down to the bottom of the pond.
And what is the interval between those contours?
Those, I believe, are 1-foot contours.
How deep is the pond proposed to be?
The pond is approximately, based on the level of the outside, between 31 and 33 feet about deep.
Now, in your opinion, will this pond impact the water table of any property off the site?
No, it won't.
In your opinion, will this pond, if permitted, impact any wetlands?
No, it won't.
If you look in the northeast corner, there is the haul road there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how is that haul road constructed?
With a stabilized rock-type base to to avoid dust. And then near the entrance, they have a tracking pad so they can keep the trucks clean so they don't track soil onto the roadways.
And what procedures are employed to minimize dust in the excavation of the pit?
Well, most of the excavation, very little excavation is outside of the pit, very little disturbance because the haul road is the only thing built outside of the pit. Within the pit, they're going to be dewatering, so they're going to have plenty of water to use for dust control. Water is the primary thing used on a construction site, sprayed over the ground to control the dust.
Is the material that's mined going to be damp?
I believe it has about 2 to 5% moisture content.
Is that the type of material that would get into the air and create dust?
No, they have to keep it wet by spraying it.
Do they have to keep it wet by spraying it to mine it?
In dry conditions, they might have to. But usually with mining it, it's trying to keep it dry enough to work, not keeping it wet.
Now, is there going to be a berm constructed around the boundaries of the pond or the borrow pit?
There's a berm proposed along State Road 44 between the borrow pit and the right-of-way.
And how high is that berm?
I believe the berm is on the order of 6 feet high.
Will there be landscaping installed to screen the borrow pit from State Road 44?
Yeah, we showed on this landscape buffer supplemental landscaping to add to the existing trees and bushes within that area. And that, with the combination of the berm, will effectively screen the operations from the highway.
Is this another close-up of the landscaping that's proposed?
Yeah, and this is in accordance with the city standards.
And does that include trees and other vegetation?
Trees and shrubbery.
And is that vegetation that will have to be imported to the site by the operator?
Yeah, unless it's on site, but I believe it has to be imported.
Now, we've heard a lot of concern about drawdown of the wetlands because there are wetlands on the property that are adjacent or near this borrow pit. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Now, I'm showing you slide 10, and I would like you to tell us what that shows.
Well, this is actually from a different project, but it shows a configuration of how the sock drains, a network of sock drains are used under the pond to pump, and then around the edge is a swale where the water is pumped into the swale, so it can be, you can see it says 200-foot spreader swale right there, and the water can be then allowed to infiltrate, and in this case it probably overflows into the wetlands.
Okay, so let me take that one bit at a time here. Okay, so we have it's essentially a pipe, and I'll have a picture of it in just a minute, that's buried underneath the borrow pit.
Correct.
Underneath the depth to which the borrow pit will be dug. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that sock or that pipe collects water, which is then pumped into the wetlands.
Right, through the spreader swale or another swale.
And is that controlled by a staff gauge?
The Water Management District has required on most sites, and on this site too, that we have piezometers installed, which is a monitoring well just to monitor the groundwater levels. And those are to be installed at various points within the wetlands or outside the wetlands to make sure that we're maintaining the water level so it will not impact the wetlands.
So those, you call them piezometers?
Yes.
Those piezometers will determine when pumping is needed, and pumping will be needed to keep the wetlands hydrated and normal.
Yeah, normally the pumping goes right back into the wetlands, so it's normally not a concern. The piezometers are monitored frequently, and that would tell us if there is a potential problem, in which case the Water Management District could shut the project down.
The pumps that operate this, I'll call it a rehydration system, what sound attenuation is provided with those pumps? I know that was a concern that was mentioned.
Yeah, there's a sound enclosure on the pumps, and actually on the plans, I don't know the decibel level, but it is stated on the plans, the decibel level of the pumps.
So the pumps are all enclosed?
Yes.
How are they enclosed?
It's an enclosure, a sound deadening enclosure.
Now, we talked about the pipes, and we've talked about, you mentioned a sock. Is this a type of water permeable pipe that has a filter over it to keep stones and dirt from getting into the water?
Yeah, it's a fine mesh filter fabric sock that goes around the pipe. The black pipe you see is a perforated pipe or slotted pipe to allow water through, and the sock is actually a fine mesh filter, so it will not allow any sand or sediment or dirt into the pipe.
So let me make sure I understand you. The water filters down from the bottom of the borrow pit through the dirt that's on the bottom of the borrow pit into these pipes.
Correct.
And then it's pumped, it's filtered with that sock that we're just talking about.
Yeah.
And then it's pumped into the wetlands to make sure that the water in the wetlands doesn't go down at all.
Right, that's correct.
Now, we don't want to flood the wetlands either, do we? We want to maintain a water level.
Well, that's why we have a perimeter swale on the project. So the water first goes into a perimeter swale just outside the wetlands, which maintains a hydraulic connection to the wetlands. So the water infiltrates back into the wetlands.
In short, will this project impact or degrade the wetlands at all?
No, it won't.
Will this project impact or degrade the Floridan aquifer?
No, because we're not pumping out of that. We're pumping out of the shallow groundwater table aquifer.
Will this project cause, in your opinion, any saltwater intrusion?
No, that would be impossible. Even without rehydration, the maximum extent could only be 500 feet.
And since we're rehydrating, the extent
Is zero.
Is zero. Now, I have another slide here, slide 12. Can you tell us what this shows?
This is the equipment that's used to install the sock pipe. So it's done without excavation. It's actually, it's got this trencher that feeds the pipe in.
So there's a trencher that digs a trench, puts the pipe down there, and fills it back with dirt. Is
Yes,
that correct?
yes.
And then that pipe operates to maintain the water levels in the wetland and to prevent a drawdown of any land water around the pit.
Yeah, this is the dewatering pipe.
Have you obtained permits to accommodate this borrow pit operation from the necessary permitting agencies?
Yeah, we have from St. John's We have an environmental resource permit and a consumptive use permit.
So you've got the, what is it, the ERP?
ERP and the CUP.
Are there any other permits from any environmental agencies that will be required that you do not have?
The only one would be the erosion control permit, which is typically filed about 30 to 40 days before you start construction.
And do you see any problems at all in obtaining that erosion control permit?
No, it's a permit by right.
It's a permit by right?
Yes.
And what does...
It's a general permit.
What does the applicant have to do to obtain that permit?
They have to submit a notice of intent to use the general permit, and they have to have on site a stormwater pollution prevention plan.
And has that plan been developed yet?
No, it hasn't.
Will that be developed before this borrow pit operation gets started?
It has to be, yes.
And that is reviewed by the St. Johns River Water Management District?
It can be reviewed by the city, but the state does not review that.
Okay.
But inspectors frequently come to the site and they would review it on the site.
Now, I showed you, are these the two permits that you've obtained, the ERP and the CUP?
Yeah, this one is the consumptive use, CUP.
Now, this is not the entire permit, it's the first page.
Right, right. It has a number of conditions.
The permit is a much larger document.
Yes, yes it is.
Will there be any off-site impacts, water impacts from this pond, from this borrow pit at all?
No, not that I know. I can
I
say.
have no further questions. I submit this gentleman for questioning from the commission.
Okay. Questions of the witness by the commission?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Sir, were you present at the ex parte meeting that we had last year regarding this project?
I was present at the meeting when it was denied.
Okay. I only recall tidbits of that meeting, but most poignant was the fact that a gentleman from, I believe, apparently it may not have been you, from the Water Management District, possibly retired, proclaimed that he was an expert and said that there would be no impact to the surrounding aquifer or superficial waters. But in the same breath, they said the waters would find equilibrium in 5 years. My concern from study and from conversation with experts in the field say that when you expand or open up a borrow pit, surrounding superficial waters, even maybe blended with not the sub-aquifer, but the upper aquifer, may blend. My concern, number one, is volatile organic compounds from the equipment that you'll be using. They will blend with those waters. The fact that surrounding wells that people are still on, potable water wells, will be decreased because most of that water will flow towards the larger body. And in times of drought, people with pumps and wells may...
You got to talk on the mic. I can't hear you.
Sir, I appreciate your concerns. This is not a time for you to make a speech. This witness...
It's not a speech, it's a question, sir.
Hang on.
If you have a question, that's fine.
Hang on. Let's let the city attorney. Can the applicant's attorney call a point of order? Is that
the point of order is for the board. This is the time for us to ask questions of this witness. We are not following formal rules of procedure, so let's just let the questions come out.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, let me just sum it up by saying it seems incongruous that there is no impact to the surrounding waters, but yet the statement was made by the applicant's representative that the waters would find equilibrium after approximately 5 years. My concern is also the seepage of saltwater migration towards that larger pit, I don't agree and could find presentations that would oppose that theory.
What's the question, sir?
The question is, will it affect the waters that surround the pit?
No, it won't.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of this witness? Commissioner Clooney.
In 2 sentences, you basically said there'd be no negative impact. Could you describe what you went through to come to that conclusion? Did you prepare a report?
Yes, we did.
Was it submitted to the town?
It was submitted to the Water Management District, which I don't know if it was submitted to the town, but it's public information. I believe that the town is notified of the permits.
This hearing is very specific to this application. We get notified on any number of things from any number of agencies. I certainly would appreciate have heard some real testimony on this project other than just 2 sentences. I know you did say that all the wetlands are going to be fine, but I call your attention to slide number 6. Thank you. Slide number 6 shows an intermittent swale that runs from near the existing borrow pit or pond, whichever way you want to call it, that flows to the lower right-hand corner of the exhibit. Are you going to be rehydrating that swale and that wetlands, which is downstream from it?
That swale is going to be filled. The existing swale is going to be filled. There's a permit to fill that.
Okay, but right now that swale carries water to a wetlands that you are not, based upon my review of the site plan, rehydrating. How will those wetlands, which are downstream and which are on your property, get rehydrated? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
From the rainwater.
Okay.
Is
that technical response?
The water table in this area is relatively flat. So it's a combined system. Just because there's a land separation between wetlands doesn't mean they're not hydraulically connected underground.
Well, I wish I had seen a report so I could review that and see that.
We supplied every report that was requested of us.
Okay, so right now you don't have any really detailed answer on that, other than your 2 sentences, and you did have some testimony a little farther on.
What more detail would you like, sir?
Well, the rate that the wetlands would be rehydrated would be important to know based on the soils that are there. I know it's only a time to ask a question, but we have other areas in the town where effects appear quite a while later on and weren't taken into account. I don't know what reports they had put out, but I just would have appreciated seeing that. I'm not convinced by your testimony, let me put it that way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions of this witness?
One quick question, and I'll be through.
All right, go ahead.
Does the DEP have purview over this project? The Department of Environmental Protection?
We're having trouble with this.
I hear you. They're the highest authority, correct?
Yes.
Thank
you. Okay. I had a couple of questions for this witness, but one for the attorney. Is this your only witness, or you have other witnesses?
No, I have other witnesses.
Okay. So is it your testimony then that no dust will leave the site?
My testimony is that this is no different than any other construction site, and it has to be maintained to make sure no dust leaves the site.
And
it's easier to control the dust within a pit than if it was like a hot area.
Okay. Is the monitoring of these wells, is that, how is that done? Is that on an automated basis? Is that using technology? Is that a person? You gave some evidence about we take water from here, we pump it over here, and there's some wells that make sure we don't do too much or too little.
It's manually monitored.
It's manually monitored?
Yeah. I believe on a weekly basis, but I'd have to check
Is that by the applicant's staff? Is that city
The
staff?
applicant, the operator would do that, and he'd have to report the results.
Is that just like the manager on site, or is there a special credential that needs to be done?
You'd have to ask the operator.
I'm asking the applicant. I don't know who.
Well, I'm not the applicant.
Is there a special, like who on site specifically?
Yes, my understanding is we're required to submit reports of the gauge levels, and they are checked periodically by the Water Management District. And I do have the site operator as one of my witnesses,
okay,
who I would ask to defer that question until he can talk to you about dust control and the other things.
Okay. Since you brought it up, and it may be some other witnesses as well, but does the landscape buffers that was shown, I think on about slide 12, but we don't have to go there, does that extend all the way inclusive of the existing gas station site? Is that slide look like it stopped short? So what goes further west?
It showed it's a.
I think if you back up just a little bit, I think you're overdriving it actually. Okay. So yeah, just try to say that.
It stopped short of the gas station site. Because at the time it was prepared, the gas station site was going to be utilized as the entrance, and this landscaping was designed to screen the road from the operation.
Yeah, no, I got that, but
when a site plan is prepared for this, we would include that area.
Okay.
The answer is that area, since we are removing the gas station, that area will be landscaped as well. It will.
Okay.
It was not landscaped originally because that was going to be the access point.
Yeah, I just thought we were looking at a new thing, not the original thing.
Yeah, that's correct.
So that was from the original, not the.
Yeah, that was, well, no, that was the original, but the Hall Road is now shown correctly on this exhibit.
I'm just saying, so slide 6 is new, slide 12 is old.
Yeah, we are going to be extending the landscaping over across the gas station site.
Okay. Got it. I think that's all the questions I have at this time, but we'll see where we get with other witnesses. I may have to come back to this. Any other questions of this witness? None from the commission? If you want to call your next witness.
I do have one redirect question for this witness. I have one redirect question for this witness, and that is, you were asked about the wetland that is directly to the south of the retention pond.
Correct.
Or the borrow pit, excuse me. And where is the water from those pipes that we talked about extensively that are being buried under the borrow pit? Where is that being pumped to?
There is a perimeter swale that goes around the perimeter of the wetland area just outside the buffer, and it goes south for quite a distance, and the water is pumped into that swale, which is about a foot deep, and it is allowed to infiltrate into the ground. And we designed it based on the soils information that we knew, so it would be large enough to be able to contain the water and allow it to infiltrate back into that wetland.
And the purpose of that, since there was the intimation that nothing is being done for that wetland other than rainwater. That the purpose of the pumping there is to retain the levels of that wetland, is it not?
Yes, I believe the question that was asked earlier was what was going to maintain the level of water after our after our operation ceased, and that was rainwater.
I think the question was what is going to maintain the level of the wetlands while our operation is in operation. So, okay, I have no further questions of this witness.
Okay. I have none. Carrie?
Mr. Wilson, as your next witness approaches, this is the document Mayor Owen referenced on energy.gov. I'm going to give you time. You can let your experts review it, and before we enter it into the record, you can ask questions about it later, but just wanted to give you time with that for your people to review.
Phil, is it interference because the two are too close? Is that what's happening? Yeah, all right.
I would call the president, vice president of Peninsula, Mr. Lawson Lamar, who is also the operator. I'm having a lot of trouble with these mics.
Yeah, you gotta put your head at one of the mics.
Okay. My next witness will be Mr. Lawson Lamar, who is an officer of the company that will be operating, and also will give testimony on the operation of the borrow pit.
Okay. Carrie, do you want to swear him in, or do you want to have?
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Would you please state your full name?
Sure, it's Lawson LeDrain Lamar II.
That's a pretty famous name. Is that your dad?
Yes. Yes, sir.
What is your educational background, Mr. Lamar?
Graduate from the University of Florida School of Building Construction.
And when was that?
It was 2006. I've been in the industry for 13, 14 years, with 7 of those being exclusive to borrow pits.
And will you be the operator of this borrow pit if it's approved by this commission?
Yes, sir. This is my responsibility.
With respect to the operation of the borrow pit, how do you propose to control dust?
The only dust that could potentially be generated would be from our haul road, and that'll be mitigated using water trucks. We only dewater as much as we have to, that we maintain our efficiency that way. This isn't what you'd see typical of a subdivision. Construction, there's one portion at a time that's being excavated with a very small crew. It's very unlike the construction that you see up and down the rest of State Road 44, where they've stripped a bunch of grass, where you see that potential for dust, and you see a bunch of construction equipment. Alluding back to a question that was made earlier, I'll answer that as well. The typical crew that we'd have here is only 3 to 4 people.
And do you excavate the whole borrow pit all at once?
No, it's taken down in small sections at a time.
And do those sections get dry and dusty?
They don't. They're allowed to rehydrate as soon as we're done with them.
Now, talking about the trucks that come onto the site and go off, what do you do to make sure that they don't track mud and debris out onto State Road 44?
So we've got soil anti-tracking prevention traps that are made with heavy aggregate. In addition to those, we run, it's like an inverted egg crate, essentially, that we can clean those to make sure that there's nothing that's tracked out with the trucks.
Now, are you presently operating a borrow pit that's near a residential area?
Yes, sir. We have 5 open at the moment.
And is there one in Volusia County that's near an apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any complaints from the residents of those apartments?
No, sir, not one.
How do you select the operators, the truck operators that you allow to access your pit?
Trucks can be an issue of scrutiny for us, and as such, we only do business with the most reputable brokers, and we're very selective about those that we allow in and out of our property.
And if you have a problem with a broker or an operator of trucks, do you allow them back?
No, they're banned permanently from all locations.
There is some concern about what is actually being dug out of this borrow pit. Can you describe the type of material that would be mined here?
It's a general sandy fill material. Some could be categorized as a structural fill due to how clean it is and the lack that it has any clays and other material in it that are typically found in the area.
So would this be classified as high-quality fill?
This would be.
Did you undertake a geotech analysis to determine the type of fill that was in this pit?
We did. Went through an extensive geotech reporting to determine what was there to make sure it was marketable and to make sure it would work.
What will be done when the borrow pit operations cease here?
When the borrow pit operation ceases, we've got requirements to go in and plant the littoral shelf and restore all our disturbed areas to native or better with sod, including, I believe, we'll restore the haul road there because it's only temporary.
Now, I've heard concern that your intent is to fill the lake in after you remove the fill. Is that and build houses on it? Is that your intent?
No, it is not.
In fact, what will become of the borrow pit once operations cease?
It'll become a natural lake, a natural water body.
And will there be any density credits available to the property owner for the area that is encompassed by that lake?
No.
Will that lake, in your opinion, be, how deep will that lake be?
Approximately 30 feet.
And are the banks of it going to go straight down?
No, they're sloped at, I believe, a combination of, we've got a 6-to-1 in our littoral shelf, and then we go to a 4-to-1, and then somewhere deeper than that it drops off, so that's a bit steeper, but it's very shallow on all sides.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Hang on. Questions of this witness?
Yes, Mr.
Vice
Mayor.
Mayor.
Sir, what steps do you take to mitigate the spillage or leakage of, let's classify them as organic compounds, hydraulic fluids, greases, gasolines, other impairing?
The only fluid that would be stored on site for any portion of time would be diesel fuel, and it's stored in a double-walled tank per regulation in a bin.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions of this witness? Couple questions for you, sir. So, just one actually, and if you reference this, so you say that the intention is not to fill in the borrow pit when this would be finished.
No.
Okay. Remind me again what's happening with the existing borrow pit.
The existing borrow pit, the front of it's getting moved back and
hang on. By move back, what do you mean? How do you move a borrow pit?
The existing borrow pit is getting filled in.
Okay.
The portion that we're excavating is being moved back. So yes, there is a portion of the existing borrow pit that's being filled.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. All right, that's all my questions at this time. Oh, no, you're the operator, right? He's the operator?
Yes.
The well monitoring, what does that process look like? Who does that? Is that an expert? Do they have to have credentials, or is that just are the wells?
So those requirements are determined by the district and their analysis from all the geotech and the reports and what Jack alluded to that we've sent them earlier. They're different for every project because conditions for every project are different. They'll prescribe a different amount of piezometers, a different amount of test wells, depending upon the conditions. For this particular one, we've got piezometers in those adjacent wetlands because we don't really have that extensive of a system, and we're showing direct hydration into them. So it's a pretty simple case as far as the district's concerned.
No, I get the wells are going to be there, and I get there's going to be monitoring. I'm saying, like, physically, what does that monitoring process look like? Is that you walking out and checking and writing down a number and emailing it to someone? What does that look like?
That is our environmental consultant that does all that reporting and monitoring, and they submit directly to the Water Management District. There are thresholds contained within so that if anything's exceeded one way or another, that reporting, it goes in, and that's a red flag to the district, and we're done.
So it's an independent agency, basically, that you contract to come in and do that monitoring of those wells?
Correct.
And that's on a weekly basis?
It's prescribed by the district, depending on the site and depending on the conditions.
Gotcha. Going back to the people on site, you mentioned, what did you say, how many people would be on site, roughly?
On average, there's 3 to 4.
3 to 4.
Predominantly, you've got an excavator that's loading a truck, a loader that's used for maintenance of the surrounding area, like an agricultural tractor, and that's pulling a water tank or a drum behind it to keep the dust down on the roads.
Okay. Are there any sanitation facilities on the site?
So we'll have temporary facilities, porta potties.
For 5 years?
Porta potties, yes.
Okay. Let's see. I think that was all of my questions for you. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Hartman.
Is there going to be a portable office on site?
We may put a Connex, a storage container, like a railroad container, either a 20 or 30-foot container just to store general hand tools and maintenance equipment that's stored on site. There won't be any personnel office, no.
Okay, so who tracks the trucks coming and going, the loader operator or?
We'll have an individual on site that's ticketing the trucks in and out with the device called the load scan.
Right.
That's sending, correct.
Okay, that's all.
We haven't talked about kind of volume and everything. Is this the right witness to talk through some of those details, or like the actual, like how many trucks will be coming and going and times and those kind of things?
I do have a traffic engineer who will testify.
All right, we'll hold that.
But if you know, do you know?
He's more familiar with, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I see no other questions from the city.
I have no follow-up questions either, so this witness may be excused.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We would next call.
Pick a mic.
We would next call Miss Amy Daly.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Would you please state your full name?
Amy Elizabeth Daly,
And what is your business address, Ms. Daly?
1117 East Robinson Street, Orlando, Florida, 32801.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm an environmental consultant.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biological Science from FSU, and I have a Master's of Business Administration from FMU.
You have heard the questions related to concerns about impact on adjacent wetlands.
Yes.
Have you had occasion to look at that?
Yes, I peer-reviewed the project for the applicant, and the wetlands will be rehydrated by an environmental swale that heads south of the Burrow Pit, where the environmental swale is filled with the water from the dewatered pit, and then it gradually flows via groundwater as well as over the swale back into the wetland.
So will there be any noticeable impact to the quality or quantity of the wetlands on this property as a result of this project?
No.
will there be 1 square foot of wetlands impacted by this project?
No.
Now, have you had occasion to look at Sugar Mill
Yes.
and the development of Sugar Mill?
Yes.
How many acres of wetlands were impacted by that development?
Is that relevant to this development?
I think it is, because that's a concern that's being raised, that we're impacting wetlands, and the people
Yeah,
who
but
are
Sugar Mill was
raising it
developed
live in
years
Sugar
ago.
Mill.
I don't understand what that's, I don't need the evidence related to Sugar Mill, but if you'd like to share it.
Yeah.
75 acres of wetland impact.
And some of the homes of the objectors were actually built in wetlands, were they not?
Correct.
Or what used to be wetlands. Now, is there going to be any impact, water-wise or water quality, on Sugar Mill from the borrow pit that's proposed on this site?
No.
Now, I won't go into them now. We do have photographs of houses of objectors that are before and after that are part of our PowerPoint, but I will not spend the time on those now unless the commission wants to see those.
If you feel there's relevancy to this debate,
Okay,
but I don't.
We can scan through these very quickly. Now, this property is at 1099 Clubhouse Boulevard. Have you had occasion to look at this property and what it was before it was developed?
Yes, it was a wetland supported by Samsula muck soils.
And there's a house on it today.
Correct.
Have you had a chance to look at 602 St. Andrews Boulevard?
Yes.
Is that a development that was also impactful of wetlands?
Yes, it was part of the Sugar Mill Country Club, and in the historical permitting documents, St. John's mentions that most of the golf course and development was wetlands.
Have you had a chance to look at 739 Aldenwood Trail?
Yes.
Is that a wetland?
Though there was a wetland where the road is to access the lot.
I'm really struggling the connection with random addresses that mean nothing to me and whether they were previous wetlands.
These are all in Sugar Mill, and these are objectors to our project, and I'm simply pointing out that their homes were built in wetlands.
So this is middle school now? I mean, come on.
So 562 Aeolian Drive that's in the Isles of Sugar Mill?
It is in a development that my firm did the engineering for, and it is located off of Sugar Mill.
And was that area largely a wetland too?
There were 5.9 acres of wetland on the property, and 0.1 were impacted by the development.
That concludes my examination of Ms. Daly. I'll tender her the questioning.
Okay. I think the gentleman's requesting you talk on the microphone. Any questions of this witness on the commission? Yes, Commissioner Colodi, and then Commissioner.
On your series of before and after pictures, do you have any idea when those homes were built?
I do. I have an idea of when the permits were issued.
Approximately.
Approximately. The Aeolian Drive, the permit was issued in 2005. Sugar Mill Country Club, the original permit was issued in the 80s, but there was a modification in 1997 by the Water Management District, and then the Clubhouse Road was development was issued in 1995 for a modification to that.
That's enough. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, Some of these go back 30 years, bless you, or so. Have the environmental rules, regulations, and permitting processes changed since that time?
Yes, they have. However, in 1994, we're still in the current permitting system.
Okay, but that wasn't true back when Sugar Mill was first
No,
permitted.
but they did receive the modification in 1995.
Did you prepare any reports on the effect of this construction?
No, I did not.
What did you base your review on?
I reviewed the project plans, the environmental consultant reports, and I'm familiar with the design of borough pits from past experience.
Okay, and you didn't feel it necessary to issue a written report by review of the staff or the town?
No, I did not. I was asked to do a
Okay.
peer review.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, do you have a question of the witness?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Ms. Daly, in your studies to become the professional that you are, have you ever had discussions with peers regarding the negative impacts of dredge and fill?
In what aspect? There are different forms of dredge and fill.
Well, in the aspect that you're describing here, no negative impacts have ever been discussed or opposing theories as to what actually happens hydrodynamically in an area such as this?
Yes, and that's why you follow the St. Johns River Water Management District permitting guidelines. So adverse impacts to environmentally sensitive areas do not occur. And St. John's agreed with the applicant with the information that was submitted that the project would not have adverse impacts to the adjacent wetland systems.
You can assure that.
The St. Johns River Water Management District has reviewed
Gives you
the project.
permission. Right.
So I'm quoting from their staff report that they issue before the permit is issued.
Thank you.
Just one question. Was there relevancy to the 5 or 6 addresses? Is there impact to the project under consideration tonight? Is there some kind of a connection that I missed that you can help me understand?
Well, I believe that the applicant was trying to make the point that this
No, I
project...
mean from an environmental, you
Oh.
testified as an environmental expert. So from an environmental expert's perspective, what's the connection of what
They
testimony
both
you
have to
gave?
go through the same permitting process. And all the developments there, as well as the Kitchens Borough Pit, have gone through the same permitting system. The same requirements that the address projects that were shown by Mr. Wilson had to go through the same review by engineers, scientists, hydrologists.
Is there a reason you chose those projects specifically, though? Is there some greater connection to the site of those properties versus just any other properties, maybe even other borrow pits?
As Mr. Wilson stated, those have been the objectors to the Kitchens Borough Pit.
No, I understand that, but I just didn't understand from an environmental perspective. That just seems like I don't get the environmental connection. I get from a posturing, but I don't get from an environmental standpoint how that connects and provides relevant testimony. But
It's a comparison of that this project, the Kitchens Borough Pit, has the least amount of impact out of all the permits that were issued.
okay. I have no other questions. We have no other questions of this witness.
I have one further question. Ms. Daly, are you currently working on a borrow pit that is in operation that has the rehydration system operating on it?
It is a project that has been completed. It was right down the road in State Road 44, north of 44, and it supplied the fill to State Road 44.
And what is that borrow pit known as?
The Lifer Borough Pit.
And did the rehydration system work perfectly on that?
Yes.
No impacts to adjacent wetlands?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just some follow-up based on that line of questioning. Has rehydration systems ever failed?
I have not been involved with a project where it had failed.
Okay. But so to your knowledge, have rehydration systems failed, though, in your studies, awareness of the industry?
Yes, it is possible.
No, everything's possible. I asked, in your professional expertise as an expert in this area, have you ever read a white paper or anything on a failure of a rehydration system?
No.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Your Honor, Mr. Mayor, as our
You got-
final witness.
You got to talk on that mic, or you're going to lose them.
This is not my usual forum.
I got it.
I apologize for that.
Me either. I just do this on Tuesdays.
I would call Mr. Sands Lassiter.
Do you
Okay.
swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Would you please give us your full name, sir?
Robert Sands Lassiter,
And what is your business address, Mr. Lassiter?
1450 West Granada Boulevard, Suite 2, Ormond Beach, Florida, 32174.
What is your area of expertise?
Traffic engineering.
And what is your training in that area, sir?
I have associate's degree from Florida State in computer science. I have a bachelor's degree from University of Florida in electrical engineering, and I have a master's degree from University of Florida in civil engineering.
As a general practice, what areas of engineering do you focus on?
I focus on the area of traffic engineering, traffic flow, and traffic studies personally. I've been doing this for 42 years. I'm a registered professional engineer since 1984, and my firm handles all areas of roadway, including roadway design. But my personal experience is in traffic engineering.
Are you registered in the state of Florida?
Yes, I am.
And are you registered in any other states?
Yes, North Carolina.
What are the number of average daily trips through the segment of 44 that is I'm talking right into this microphone. What are the number of average daily trips on the segment of State Road 44 that is adjacent to the kitchen property we're here talking about tonight?
I think we've got a slide that we can put up here. Okay, so existing conditions, and these are based on Florida Department of Transportation counts obtained from their traffic data online website. Daily traffic just east of I-95, 34,500 vehicles per day. Daily truck traffic, 2,450. Truck percentage calculated from that is 7.1%.
Does that truck traffic include, without consideration of this borrow pit, does that include dump trucks?
Oh, yes.
So there are already dump trucks on State Road 44?
Yes.
Now, what is meant by the term level of service?
Level of service is a term, the terminology that we use in giving grades, grade levels to roadway operations. And what we do is we actually set what is the expected grade or level of operation on various roadways, and it's actually set by the various agencies that are responsible for maintaining those roadways.
What is the...
I can't hear you.
Let's see. I'm sorry. Now, this exhibit, which is slide 24, what does it show, sir?
It shows that, again, daily traffic, 34,500 vehicles per day. That's traffic, combined traffic in both directions of travel on State Road 44. The adopted level service is D. Level service D capacity is 39,800. Level service C
capacity is 37,900. And obviously, with the daily traffic at 34,500, it's below the level of service C capacity. So it's within operating range of level service C.
And level of service C is better than level of service D?
Yes, yes.
Is State Road 44 specifically designed to handle heavy truck traffic?
Yes, it is.
And what does that mean, sir?
What we do is when we design roads, we look at the typical section of road, and the pavement design is one of the critical elements of that. We look at the amount of traffic that's going to be carried on the roadway and the mix of that vehicle traffic, primarily looking at the percentage of truck traffic, heavy truck traffic on that road.
Who controls and operates State Road 44? Is that the city or is that someone else?
It's the state. Florida Department of Transportation is responsible for its maintenance.
Is the Department of Transportation also responsible for access to State Road 44?
Yes, you cannot get access to a state road without a driveway permit.
Does the Department of Transportation have a maintenance schedule to accommodate the use of State Road 44 by heavy trucks?
Yes, they periodically will repave the road from time to time.
Would the approval of the Borrow Pit project that we're here about tonight create an unacceptable level of service on State Road 44?
No, and I can probably best indicate that if we can back up one slide. Okay. So the daily traffic is 34,500. This Borrow Pit is intended to add 31 truck trips per day. A truck trip is really a trip in our business is both inbound and outbound. Obviously, it makes a round trip, so we count those as 2 trips. So multiply that 31 by 2, you get 62 trips a day. Obviously, we're well within a very small percentage of the total traffic. If you look at how it increases the truck percentage, it only increases it by 0.16% over what's out there today.
What would be the consequences if there were no heavy trucks on State Road 44?
Oh, well, the types of businesses of the heavy trucks or heavy vehicles, it's not just trucks. It's fire trucks, it's garbage trucks, it's semi-tractor trailers delivering goods, it's moving vans. It's pretty much all types of trucks over a certain weight and number of axles.
What is the city's threshold for requiring a traffic study?
The city of New Smyrna Beach, as I think all of the cities in Volusia County, have adopted the River to Sea TPO standards, and the typical daily threshold for requiring a traffic study is 1,000 daily trips, or they can also look at the peak hour, which would be 100 peak hour trips, PM peak hour trips.
Do we meet this threshold?
Not at all. However, there will be a traffic study required by DOT.
And that traffic study will be required because the applicant is now going to be signalizing Sugar Mill.
Actually, that traffic study will be required because they're requesting access to State Road 44. They're requesting that access be at the existing T intersection of Sugar Mill and State Road 44. They would the proposed driveway would form the 4th leg of that intersection, making it a plus intersection.
What drawbacks does the present signalization on Sugar Mill and State Road 44 have?
Well, actually, not many. The one thing is that it's a span wire signal, a wire strung between 2 concrete strain poles, and that type of signal typically isn't what DOT is installing. In fact, they're not allowing them east of the interstate in what they call the hurricane vulnerability zone. they're looking for those to be replaced with mast arms. And the reason is, and I know because I replaced 69 signals in Homestead following Hurricane Andrew, the reason is mast arms, when a hurricane goes through with mast arms installed, the most they have to do from a maintenance standpoint is go out there and just turn the heads back around. Span wires, though, at approximately 80 miles an hour, usually get blown out. The wind load from the signals and the signs up there actually exceed the strength capacity of the cables that hold them in place, and so they're actually blown and typically blown away. You don't find the signals. So the one thing that is a problem with it is that it is very vulnerable to hurricane activity, high wind loads above 80 miles an hour. And we're in an area where you're actually supposed to design these for 150 miles an hour.
So if the signal is blown out, how long would it take to reestablish the string wire system in a hurricane situation?
Well, what happens is that happens on a massive scale. So you get multiple signals blown out. So a signal shop will have several signal heads and a few poles and controller cabinets and wires available to restring one or two, but they're not going to have the kind of stockpile to really come in there and rebuild following a hurricane. So, quite frankly, after the hurricane season or in the middle of the hurricane season, we find the back order for concrete strain poles, for metal mast arm poles, and for controller cabinets and signal equipment. It becomes like a 6 to 9 month or sometimes over a year delay in procuring that equipment.
Does the applicant propose to improve the intersection signalization?
Yes. Per my understanding, the applicant is proposing to convert this to a span wire, from a span wire to a mast arm. And I actually have a slide that shows that, too. Okay, so this slide is representative of the existing span wire. It's a diagonal span from the northwest to the southeast corners of the intersection.
Is that where those red dots are on the exhibit?
Yes, the far upper left and far lower right round red dots represent the poles themselves. The red line connecting them represents the span wire, and the signal symbols, and those are our standard signal symbols, are shown what's actually suspended from those wires, controlling the various directions of travel. There is one signal in the median, which controls the eastbound left turn. That is a left turn arrow. And what we're proposing is shown on the next slide. Which shows taking that out. Actually, you leave that up during construction. You install big concrete foundations, vertical poles that support mast arms, and from the mast arms, you then support your signal displays. There typically are, on a large intersection like this, four separate poles.
And in completing the signalization and the access to...
Can't hear you.
Completing the signalization and the access to State Road 44, you said will require a traffic study.
Yes, there's a driveway permit study that has to be done to gain access. That study at this location will also require a signal design, a redesign of that traffic signal that currently exists out there to install the mast arm poles.
And will that have to be done before the borrow pit actually starts sending trucks in and out?
Yes, I'm sure DOT will require both studies to be handed in simultaneously, reviewed simultaneously, and permitted and constructed prior to operation of the borrow pit.
Do you have any concerns at all about the safe operation of dump truck traffic through this intersection on State Road 44?
No, I do not.
Will dump truck traffic through this intersection be permanent?
No, it's my understanding that ceases within 5 years.
So this is just a temporary thing?
That's correct.
I have no further questions. Do you have any other slides? Or anything?
No, that's it.
Questions of this witness? Commissioner McGurk?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Lassiter,
Yes, sir.
the traffic counts that you're referring to are done over what time period in a day? 24 hours or 12 hours?
They're actually done for several weeks at a time, and they average these out for a peak season count. So they're multiple days that they actually go to. They're not just one. And I think that, is that the answer to your question? I mean, I'm trying to answer your question. Did I answer your question?
Yes. In other words, the traffic count is spread out over a period of time, the 34,000. roughly.
It is, however, it's factored up to a peak season count.
Okay. Can you tell me what the traffic counts are between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. for that area?
There will typically be about, of that 34.5, there'll typically be about 70% of that number, plus or minus. But I don't have that specific number. But typically, a large percentage of the traffic of the day occurs between those hours.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other questions of this witness? If I saw his hand up, we'll let him go. Commissioner
Go
Flody.
Basically, if I understand correctly, before we get to a site plan review, you will have completed your traffic studies.
Yes, sir. As I understand, it'll be required to have that submittal.
The level of service, looking at the map from the side here, seems to point to generally just a 44. Does that apply also to the intersection at Sugar Mill?
Honestly, when we do the traffic study that DOT is going to require that we do to modify this signal, we're going to have to do a detailed analysis of that intersection.
At that time?
At that time, yes, sir.
Okay.
And it will have to meet their criteria before it can move forward.
Right, because, well, basically the concern is that intersection is a problem now. There's a lot of work going on there. There's a lot of development coming in, and that would all be taken into account in your traffic study.
Absolutely, would have to. In fact, we'll be required to get with the city, see what recent permits have been pulled. We'll be required to get with the county, see what recent permits are pulled or are planned or are approved.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a comment?
I have no further
Oh,
questions.
okay. I have more questions. I just
okay.
look at you wanted to interject.
My
Vice Mayor.
question is for Mr. Lassiter. It's good to see you, sir.
Likewise.
I regard you as one of the preeminent traffic engineers in the county, but as you may have recalled, I'm always tugging at your coattails, asking questions. I'm surprised, and if I'm correct, that no substantive traffic study has been done, that we're still pending information.
I can probably address it if you don't mind.
Sure.
This falls so far below the threshold, it's considered de minimis. However, DOT does not consider de minimis. They're going to want you to do a traffic study at the driveway. So the study hasn't been done, not because it's not required, but because it's such a de minimis impact. We're actually talking about, of the truck traffic, 0.16% increase. Of the total traffic, it's absolutely negligible. You'll get more variation in half an hour than this creates in a full day. So that's the reason for that there hasn't been done. Had one been required, we certainly would have already done it.
Yes, sir. So the letter F is fail for level of service, correct? That's a totally
That's correct.
Bad road.
That's correct.
And D, I've always considered, well, it's a really maxed out road, to use the vernacular. Does the level of service or the grade change by adding trucks to the mix? Will the level of service go from D to E?
If you added a whole bunch, it could. It could. If you were on a threshold, we're not. This won't. But yes, that's always a possibility. If you had a huge trucking operation that was going on, 24/7, many more trucks than what we're proposing here, that is possible. Yes, sir.
I am concerned, of course, especially for a sugar mill, the residents that leave there with their vehicles. But there's the configuration coming back from I-95. There's a very poor line of sight and very short distances to react. With the addition of another traffic light, let's say you were going southbound on 95, and my manager knows it's the Bain, that exit, that very short circular increasing radius turn, and you come off onto basically nothing. Would that whole segment be trouble?
That actually is under design by DOT for modification. I think you, as well as all the rest of us, have gotten off of that exit, and there's no recovery lane. There's nothing. You are
Right.
suddenly in the line of traffic. DOT recognizes that, and they have a plan to improve that. And that is, quite frankly, a type of design that isn't done anymore anywhere. So
Yes.
it's a very old design concept.
Yes. In your opinion, do you feel it may affect the findings for the borrow pit egress?
No, because the level of traffic volume is so low on that. Now, honestly, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to look at the travel patterns of the trucks, and the operators have a pretty good idea of where they're going to be supplying those trucks. They actually, their goal is to always deliver as close as possible because of the
Sure.
trucking fees and the cost of doing that. So I'm not sure they're going to be looking for a lot of interstate traffic. I think we'll discuss that with them, but we'll actually show that distribution of their planned trips.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just to build on that line of questioning a little bit, the traffic percent, the traffic egress from this site, the truck traffic specifically, do you have an approximation of the percent heading in each direction, east and west, as it egresses from that site?
Honestly, my experience in this area has that a lot of the construction traffic is going Sugar Mill, State Road 44. I don't know what other borrow pits there are operating off of the interstate, so I can't really, suggest that I know what that is. I just know the numbers we're talking about are very small in terms of number of truck trips.
Yeah. But we don't know, where we sit today, we really can't know a percent. Like if 80% is going to go west versus east, we don't know that sitting here.
I don't. That when we get ready to do the study, we'll actually be asking the operator for their estimate of where those trips are going to go. So I don't know if the operator has some insight to that now, but we have not discussed that as yet. Again, the numbers are so small. We're talking about very few trips in an hour. But I still want to know in what direction they'll be traveling.
Yeah. Okay. There was testimony given at the last hearing that gave a very specific number of percent of trucks heading in the western direction or the eastern direction. So I didn't know if that had changed.
It may have. I'm not sure the operator was the same. I wasn't aware who the operator was at that time, if they're the same operator.
We can call the operator back up if you'd like to ask him that.
Yeah, I will in a minute. I got a couple more questions, though, for the traffic engineer before we get to that. Would you say that from your perspective as a professional, when you do these studies, I know you delineated between traffic and then truck traffic. And this, I think what my vice mayor is kind of alluding to, does that type of traffic, that makeup, does that play a role in any of your calculations? Like, what if you ran the numbers and it was 100% truck traffic, like all 26,000 cars? Does the DOT, does it trigger certain things to have more truck traffic? What is the implication, or is it just all cars are created equal from the DOT standpoint and your standpoint?
No, trucks are very different from cars in terms of how they behave. We look at trucks and we talk about them in terms of passenger car equivalents. So when a truck makes a turn at an intersection, they do it much more slowly, and especially if they're longer, like semi-tractor trailers, they take more space, and they operate like two to three vehicles, sometimes 4. Depends on how long the truck is. So no, we do take that into account. In fact, the software that we use particularly requests that you enter the percent truck traffic in that, heavy truck traffic in that.
So from when you say plus 62 trips, is there some factor on that says that's the equivalent of this many standard family car trips, or is that?
Right. So in a day, instead of instead of 60, I think we had 62.
62, yeah.
It may be 120, for example. So, but still, the threshold for a traffic study is 1,000.
Yeah, no, I get it, but I'm just saying that trip number, the 62, in reality, if you really do the behind-the-scenes math, how the traffic engineers look at it, the number's not 62, it's something else. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, and what we really analyze is the peak hour. And so if we have 62 in a day, and we're talking about over basically a 12-hour period, I think we're talking like 5 to 10 in the peak hour. So you're talking about somewhere between 1 every 6 to 12 minutes. So it's it's a random event. It's relatively small event. We expect the number of actuations for the traffic signal from what we call the northbound approach, which is the south side of the intersection, to be a very minor impact. The majority of the traffic that will be impacting the level of service at this intersection is going to be from Sugar Mill Drive, as far as the side street goes.
Yeah, got it. Do you have an opinion, an expert opinion on the intersection safety and the proposed changes? Does it have a positive or negative impact on kind of overall intersection safety?
Actually, I think it has a very positive impact, especially relative to what was proposed previously for
Yeah, I mean,
access.
from as is, from current state to future state.
Better, especially when it comes to having now the hurricane lack of hurricane vulnerability of the proposed installation.
I mean, for my wife and her minivan headed to Walmart during a hurricane, I mean, that's I get it, I understand that, and that's a well-made point. But I just mean from an intersection flowing through the intersection safety standpoint, is it negative, positive, or?
Oh, it's designed for this. Absolutely designed for this.
I'm sorry, it was designed what?
Absolutely designed for the types of traffic that we're talking about.
Okay, but is it?
If you, for example, looked at the truck trips out on 44 or the truck trips on Sugar Mill,
Yeah.
you'd find out there are hundreds out there. From this site, we're talking about less than 100 in a day. So this will have negligible impact on the operation of the intersection.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just trying to quantify. I'm a data guy. I'm just trying to quantify if you start at 0 right now and you layer in some new variable, does this have a net positive or negative impact on the overall safety of that environment right there in that spot?
Functionally unmeasurable.
Functionally unmeasurable. Okay, got it. And and this may be for a different expert, so stop me if it's not the right question for you. The impact on the actual longevity of the traffic surface there. Is there a measurable impact? I have to imagine a couple 1,000-pound truck versus my minivan is very different.
Functionally unmeasurable with the percent truck traffic that's out there versus what we're adding. Functionally unmeasurable.
Functionally unmeasurable. So just want to make sure I understand that correctly. So plus 62 trips of loaded trucks, at least half loaded sometimes on the way in, I guess they're not, actuating, cornering in that intersection is going to have an unmeasurable, or you're saying de minimis impact?
De minimis.
Interesting.
I mean, we're 0.16% of the truck traffic, of the total traffic. I'm sure it's like 4 decimals to the right. So it's basically not within the area. I mean, we measure level of service in terms of tens of thousands of vehicles. So no, it's functionally unmeasurable. It is de minimis.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you had a question too?
Well, going back to the direction of the trucks, was the directions of the trucks was my question. I had a question I just asked him, got answered.
Okay. For the record, I think he said that his question was about the direction of the trucks, and then he had another one that was asked and answered.
I have the operator back here.
Yep, we're going to come back to that.
We'll just consider him still under oath?
Yeah, still under oath, yeah, reminded, yep.
Well, I came all the way up here to tell you guys I can't exactly predict as to where my traffic's going to go because I'm not sure when we'll have a permit and what we'll be able to service. I can comment on the fact that our marketable serviceable radius is around 15 to 18 miles, and we're going to be going where the residential development is predominantly in this area. So we'll see some north and south on Sugar Mill as well as some on east on west. On 44. I can't predict what that'll be at this day.
Okay.
Any other questions of this gentleman before I?
Yes, quickly.
Question for the operator?
Yes, sir. Who is responsible for any debris that leaves these trucks? They seem to leave when my pickup's driving behind them. So there's a lot of heavy rocks, sand flying, you know. I don't know whether the driver cares or sees it or not, but debris ends up on the road. It ends up breaking windows. It ends up ruining cars. That's another concern of mine. Do you tell your drivers to mitigate this type of
We don't leave that responsibility solely to the drivers. We have safety measures at our ticketing house, ensuring that no trucks are leaving, tracking sand out, or having sand on the back of a tailgate where they can dump out onto the road.
Are they truck trailer combos, or are they just a regular dump?
Regular dump trucks. There's no rock or aggregate, just regular sand. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
No other questions for the operator at this time? Any other questions for the traffic engineer? Seeing none from the commission?
That
You have no
concludes
follow-up?
our presentation.
Sure. Just grab that mic and put it right in front of you if you would.
I would
Do that
like to
after public comment?
Um,
We haven't taken public comment.
Yeah, so we still have to take public comment, and at that point, I'm gonna give the city
then we'll call
the
you back
applicant
up.
a chance to give a
Yeah, I'd
closing
like to
statement.
have an opportunity.
Yeah, and you'll have a chance to obviously
And
respond to
I
witnesses.
do reserve the right to examine anyone who speaks
Yeah.
during public comment.
Okay, I'm gonna pause for a moment after every single comment. Okay, we'll now hear from members of the public who wish to testify on this item. Please limit your remarks to matters with which you have personal knowledge. You will be sworn in as you give your testimony. You will be subject to cross-examination by the applicant. This is a hearing, and so it's going to function and feel a lot like a hearing.
Do you swear?
Hang on real quick. Phil, if you would, just take that mic over there kind of to where he is, just so we don't have him right there, and for any cross-examination. As long as that won't cause interference, Phil. Okay. Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm Marvel Richards, as you all know, and I think you know where I live because I was the first house that he put up on the screen.
I didn't know that.
Which I don't quite understand that comparison to my home that was built 35 years ago to a borrow pit. But anyway, I guess they were trying a little bullying or intimidation or whatever. Not going to work. So my thing is the traffic. It's the traffic that's going to increase there. And the hospital, the health park that's there. The hospital that's going to be built across the street while this is going on. And the health park that's there. And you have the numbers. I'll give you the numbers again. 310 people a day are in and out of the health park. We started with 2 doctors. We now have 7 doctors. Run those numbers out. It's 74,500 people trying to get in and out of the health park a day, much less Walmart 95 into the beach or anything else. And today I was coming out of where Quest is, Wawa's, trying to get out onto Mission Road. And I don't know what's going on, but all these dump trucks were coming from behind Walgreens and caused a huge 3 dump trucks, huge traffic problem there. So I don't see how this isn't going to cause a big problem at Sugar Mill and 44. Safety. I'm really concerned about safety issues.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hang on just one second, Marvel. Any questions of this witness from the commission? Hearing none. Questions? You can use that mic I put right in front of you, right over there.
Ms. Richards, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any experience in traffic engineering?
You know what I have? I have experience in life. No, I do not. I have experience in life. I live here. I drive that. I see what's going on. That's my experience.
How long have you lived here?
We have had place here for 38 years.
And did you move here from another state?
I moved here from Maryland.
Did you add, when you moved here, did you add additional traffic to the traffic on the roads in New Smyrna Beach?
Yeah, but I wasn't truck traffic. I wasn't 70,000 pounds, I think you weigh when you're loaded, truck traffic.
Now, are there a lot of people moving here from other states?
There are, but may I ask you, sir, what has that got to do with your truck traffic?
Well, is that the reason that there's a lot of traffic on State Road 44?
We have a beach people really like to get to.
And do the people that move to New Smyrna Beach need homes?
But you're not building homes.
Are there a lot of homes being built?
I don't know. I'm not in the business, okay? Live here. I'm concerned about safety. I'm concerned about that health park in particular. That's my side to it.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you, Marla. Any others that would like to testify on this item? Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Come up, and then just when the operator mentioned where traffic might be going, it would be going to residential area, and he mentioned Sugar Mill Drive. I'm Pioneer, just I'm half a mile from Sugar Mill, and getting out on Pioneer right now is horrible with all the construction. So I just see if there's going to be more traffic coming down Sugar Mill, which is going to go to either way, east or west on Pioneer, it's really a safety. It's hard for me to get out of Sugar Mill right now with all the traffic, and it's only going to increase traffic even more.
And could you state your name and address for the record?
I'm sorry, Carol Patton, and 762 Clubhouse Boulevard.
Okay.
Okay.
Hang on one second. Any questions from the commission? Hearing none. Questions from the applicant?
No questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. Pull that mic up a little bit if you would, yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thanks.
I live at 257.
Sorry.
And name as well.
Try it again. I feel like it was working.
I live at 2.
All right, the new mics have not impressed me. I'm just going to put it out there. I'm sure we'll get it figured out, Phil. It's not your fault, but we got to figure out got to work the bugs out of that. When you get so many of them in a room, there's a lot of interference is what starts happening. So
My name is Shane Schroeder. I live at 2576 Solic Avenue. I'm right off of 44 and Oak Lane. And when they did the project there, the geosand on 44 between Sugar Mill and Oak Lane, they dewatered that, and that all flooded our property up in that area. I don't know if the dewatering, any of that water is going to be going toward 44, because all that water some of it heads north on Sugar Mill, and that water floods back to the east. The other well water, all of us have shallow wells in that area, and in the last 6 months, I'd say probably 50% of us have had issues with our well water. And actually, the city of New Smyrna was out there today looking at some of the engineers were out there today looking at some of the issues that we're still dealing with from geosand and the development.
Just keep talking.
The other issue when I look at this traffic, the road there, you guys don't, the engineer mentioned that it takes 3 to 4 truck lengths for a vehicle to stop or make a turn. And I know coming from Walmart or coming home from work, traffic's pretty bad on 44 headed into town. I would suggest that they put a merge lane to exit into that project to eliminate some of that traffic. It doesn't make sense. You got a merge lane to pull into Dodge, Chevy, any of these businesses, and you're going to have major truck traffic pulling in there. I don't know if you want to call it major, but a truck that's going to take 2 to 3 lengths to stop, you could add 2 or 3 car lengths, which would, in my opinion, add to the amount of traffic that you're going to add. Each truck would be 3 to 4 truck lengths or 3 to 4 car lengths. I don't know what the hell.
Just keep
I would consider that more truck or more vehicle traffic. And I would strongly encourage if you guys do pass this, to put a merge lane for them to pull in to their access road.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of this witness from the applicant?
Pardon?
No questions.
No questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hey, Phil, you wonder if you think it laying on that thing is messing up trying to pick up signal? Do we have an expert audio engineer in the audience? Can we call that witness?
Okay, my name is Hans Hubeek, 3328 East Lukonda Drive, Circle. I've worked in the construction industry, and I'm wondering how the operator prevents those hydraulic lines to burst and what's going to happen with the soil where the hydraulic oil goes. Secondly, his revenue is important. I can understand that. But what is going to be used to fill that northern section of the previous pit? Will it be dirty dirt, or will it be stuff dug up right next to it and put in the old pit? That's important. What they bring in, do we have any control on what they bring in to fill that, if that's what they're going to do? Thank you.
If you have questions of the witnesses, applicant, I'd just ask you to jump up afterwards so I don't have to delay them.
Yes, and I can bring the operator up if the commission wants an answer to that. That's a good question.
So probably the most efficient way to do this would just be let's get through the public comment, and then if you, in your closing comments, you can address any of them if you make some notes.
Fair enough.
But again, if you have any questions of these, I'm not going to stall every time, so just jump up. Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is James Lorch. I live at 630 St. Andrews Circle in Sugar Mill, St. Andrews section of Sugar Mill. And I question the traffic patterns and so forth that they have spoken about. They can sugarcoat this project all they want. Trucks move slowly. They take off slowly. We have lived in New Smyrna Beach full-time for the last 10 years. I've been coming to New Smyrna Beach ever since I was a kid because I grew up in Orlando, okay? We have a wonderful community here, okay? We have a wonderful community. But we have lived through uncontrolled growth in New Smyrna Beach that I've experienced in the last 10 years. We just went through the Coastal Woods fiasco of all these trucks running up and down Sugar Mill Boulevard, and they said that they may have trucks going north and south on Sugar Mill again, okay? You can't get in and out and through that intersection with all these trucks going in and out, besides the damage that they do to the infrastructure that we experience through Coastal Woods. We've got Coastal Woods 2 coming on. Their traffic patterns are not counting all of those people are going to be moving into those homes. We've got another 92 homes that I was told that's how many are going in behind the strip center there at 44 and Sugar Mill Boulevard. You heard Marvell mention the health care plan. There's no way that you can predict over the next 5 years what the traffic is going to be and how the growth is going to experience with all this construction going on. If I was in your shoes, I would look at what projects bring benefit to our community, okay? We got retail businesses that people utilize. We got healthcare facilities that people utilize. This sugar-coated project is going to bring no social redeeming value to anybody in this community, with the exception of putting money in the owner's pockets. It carries no social benefit to anybody in this community except making us have to live through what they want to accomplish. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? I appreciate you all being respectful.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Chuck King, and I reside at 729 St. Andrews in the Sugar Mill Country Club subdivision. I am here as a representative of the New Smyrna Beach Residents Coalition, which believes that two of the most significant challenges for our city relate to water quality and traffic congestion. It is unfortunate that our city commission must again consider an application for a borough pit adjacent to State Route 44 as the single project involves both issues. Traffic impact. Fully loaded heavy-duty trucks will be leaving and returning to the site every 6 minutes, accessing I-95 and State Road 44. The 2018 traffic study for State Route 44 and I-95 and Sugar Mill Drive showed an average of 35,000 vehicles a day. Approximately 1,000 new residents have been added to the area since that study, so the local traffic is even higher today and will continue to increase as significant new construction, both residential and commercial, is completed. The Advent Health Medical Plaza, 125 Florida Memorial Parkway, and State Route 44 is located on the same side of State Route 44 and close to the borough pit. The plaza has 7 doctors, 50 employees, and sees 260 patients daily. A new Advent Health Hospital is scheduled to be built soon and on the same parcel bounded by State Route 44 and Sugar Mill Drive. This increased traffic is a safety issue and detrimental to the health, welfare, and citizens and visitors of New Smyrna Beach. Water quality. The mining of soil next to the wetland produces unique problems. When the commission debated this issue in 2020, one commissioner remarked that the projected 5 years of work on this area will significantly change the water table. One condition for receiving a special exception reads, the requested use will not impair the character of the surrounding or adjoining districts, nor be detrimental to the public health, morals, and welfare. It seems to us that this condition cannot be met given the certain impacts on traffic and water quality. We urge you to vote no on this special exception. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other comments?
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. It's a little chilly. I had to go home and get some clothes on. It's really hard to, follow Jim and Chuck and Marvel and everything. But one of the things I want to say is, we've been quite frankly through hell the last couple of years, and it looks like it's not going to get a whole lot better if in fact this thing goes through. The thing that concerns me the most, though, is emergency vehicles getting in and out of the area. We just finished, apparently, I was on it tonight. Sugar Mill Drive apparently is more than one lane now. And then last week we had 2 or 3 days on Pioneer Trail, the same thing, one lane. We had an unfortunate incident in Sugar Mill. I understand my picture was up, my house was up there. Sorry, I missed it, have no idea why. But we're shall we say, aging community in Sugar Mill. Emergency services are very important to me, very important. And I can see this as being a horror show. So I'd like you to take that into consideration.
And please
Thanks.
state your name and address for the record.
Oh, yeah. 602 St. Andrews Boulevard, New Smyrna Beach.
And your name, I'm sorry?
Tom Reynolds.
Tom Reynolds.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Tom.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Joe Dluback, 3587 Casalta Circle. It was pointed out earlier, and thank goodness this slide is up, that we're going to need an exit ramp going eastbound to get the trucks off of the main traffic lane. In fact, that's going to have to occur not only for exiting off 44, but also eastbound entrance ramp onto 44. And then there's going to have to be 2 more ramps going in the other direction to get those trucks off of the main roads. Secondly, we talked a little bit about dust. We need to make sure that the trucks, when they leave the property, do have appropriate covers over the top of their load in the back. And lastly, we're going to be spending 5 years removing fill from this until the rest of the property gets developed. And then we're going to need another 5 years hauling in fill to satisfy the requirements of developments that are going to go on this same property. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. My name is Randy Herman, 108 Esther Street, New Smyrna Beach. I have a question. It has obviously been implied that this property will be developed commercially, and I think it's also mentioned residential, but I wasn't clear. Could they go forward with this commercial development without the barrow pit? Secondly, there was no mention of maintenance of the berm and the landscaping. And if they're going to be there 5 years, is it going to be watered? Is there going to be an irrigation system to keep it going? Thirdly, how will traffic not flow into the road where the trucks will be coming out? If you're coming down 44 or coming from the other side of Sugar Mill, how will traffic not go into the route where the trucks are actually coming? And would that create a problem? And lastly, I think comparing, the presentation compared this to kind of the sins of the past about bidding on wetlands. I think one of the things that all of us want is better care for our environment, and we know how fragile it is. And it gave me great concern when one of the persons that testified said that saltwater intrusion is impossible. And I really doubt that quite strongly. So I appreciate the thorough investigation and questioning from all of you and from all the others that have testified. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Vincent Snowden. I live at 2103 Ocean Drive in New Smyrna Beach, and I'm a 60-plus year resident of New Smyrna Beach. And I just had 2 things tonight. One, I co-own property that's adjacent to the Gautier property on the south and on the west, and I just wanted to support my neighbor and say we have no problem whatsoever with their proposed borrow pit. The other thing is I had a question as to who drafts the description of this that was in the agenda packet. Is that the city or the applicant or who? Because there's a mistake in it, I'd like to.
I mean, we'd have to, where's the mistake? What are you looking at? And then we can.
Well, it's.
Do you have a page number? Or?
Yeah, I think it's on page 6. It's where the activity center is described, and it goes on to discuss each quadrant and what is currently on it, and it lists all the businesses that are on 3 of the quadrants, and that the northeast quadrant has a approved development agreement. But then it says, quote, the southwest quadrant, which contains 182 acres, hard to breathe in these things, is currently undeveloped. And this is a mistake that has continued, and I brought it to the city's attention numerous times, and it does tremendous damage to my property's marketing of our property when it's continued at the city. We've had problems with people saying we don't have an approved development agreement, we don't have services available, and it's just so damaging to our marketing attempts because we go out. Mike Lopez, my associate, goes around the country and talks about New Smyrna and talks about what we're trying to do, and the people call the city and they get misinformation, and it makes us look like liars, and it's very, very damaging to us. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll look into that. Others? Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Claudia Vanderhorst. I live at 562 Aeolian Drive. I was the third house featured on our little slideshow here. 2 points. First of all, I think it's an intimidation tactic to select tax-paying property owners and use their property and that identity in a presentation this way. And that's not good business. So if that's representative of what we've got coming to us, please take that into consideration. Number 2, Pioneer Trail in Sugar Mill is under consideration for a stoplight and widening of that intersection to each lane have a turn lane because the county has identified that intersection as failing. It can't handle the traffic it's got now. So how does that support the figures that were presented saying that the trucks are unmeasurable? The impact is unmeasurable when we're already requiring work to be done at the corner of Sugar Mill and Pioneer with what we've got before the 92 houses come in, before the 278 apartments come in, before the hospital is built, before the subdivision behind the BP gas station, and the rest of Coastal Woods. Please take that into consideration. Pioneer Trail and Sugar Mill is already, they've done the surveys, it's coming, so they've already determined that intersection is failing. So how can the rest of Sugar Mill and 44 be immune? Please take that into consideration when you vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Joe Flutka. I live at 3382 Leonardo Lane. And I appreciate that there's a need for the soil. Obviously, the areas are growing, and we need to do that. And I'm really thankful that if everything works perfect, there's going to be no adverse effects anywhere. I'm not so sure I buy it, given the life experience says nothing works perfectly. But that aside, we have a problem here. It seems like we already have an inordinate number of accidents on 44 between the areas that they're talking about. That could be because of the nature of the drivers in the area or whatever. But while there is a study on the impact of traffic, why isn't there a study on the impact of safety? There's a lot of damage that can happen. And I know this is a tough decision, and I'm glad you guys are making it, not me. Take care.
Thanks, Joe. Yes, sir. Come ahead.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
My name is Richard Hatcher. I reside at 549 South Timberlane Drive. We're about 2 miles east of this. Guys, I like what we have going on here. This is a great thing for our community. For one, they talk about cleaning up the shell. When you come off the interstate, that's the first thing you see. You see that Shell station. It's been ran down most of my life. I've been here for 31 years. So that's number one. Number two, they're going to put a berm up so no one's going to see it. They're talking about water control or dust-controlled water. That's great. But here's something we all need to think about. And I do this for a living. I intend to buy dirt from this guy. So we're going to have all this development going on north of here and west of here, not necessarily east of here, because it's already built this side of town. Now here's what's important. No matter what happens, we're going north and we're building. So trucking is going to come in either way, whether you approve this or not. I like the idea of it because now we're coming in low speed with new traffic device put in place. I think this is a great thing, guys. And that's all I got for you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Brian White, 2464 Lydia Way. I live pretty much right down the street from the proposed project. I want to make a few comments that have been touched on already about the ethics behind the applicant's proposal. And I think the fact that we're here, even having this hearing, is pretty much symptomatic of a privilege that would not be afforded to normal citizens. The applicant has forced the city to revisit this issue through protracted and costly litigation. And that's something that the rest of us can't do. You know, we don't get paid by the hour to come here and pitch our case to you. So I think that's a problem, that is the city's policy being driven by external influence that is really not in the best interest of the people that actually live here. That's the reason why we're revisiting this now. So we're rewarding abundant capital and bad behavior. My second issue is that this project doesn't add any value to the community. Pretty much the only result of it is that it enriches the applicant. For the rest of us that live here, there's no value, there's only risk, there's only detraction to our quality of life. So you have increases to traffic, to an intersection and a roadway that's already dangerous. And I think our community is already a system under stress, and this is just going to be exasperated by this proposal and by further thoughtless development interest. I don't think we need it. I don't think most people that live here don't want it. And I think that we made that very clear last time, and we're being forced to revisit the issue because that's the way it works. So urging you to vote no, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak up.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no other members of the public coming forward, we will now close the public testimony portion. We'll now hear closing remarks. We'll begin with the city, and then we'll let the applicant have the last word, and then at that point, the commission will then debate and discuss this item. Brian.
Just a few comments. There were some commitments made in the discussion that I would recommend that if the commission is inclined to move towards approval, that they add those commitments as conditions to lock it in. Let me briefly go over those. Two are the physical infrastructure. One you see here, there was a commitment made that a mast arm signal would be in place. Would recommend you put that in, that mast arm must be installed prior to any operation of the borrow pit. Early on, we heard that the landscape buffer would be extended across the gas station property, so would also recommend that be incorporated into any conditions. And then secondly, more for consideration, is this is for the use, and that use runs with the land and would not necessarily run with a particular operator of the borrow pit. And a lot of what we heard tonight, things like the rehydration, the dust control, controlling the trucks and screening them, are dependent on this operator's ability to execute those properly. So one suggestion would be is you could limit this special exception to this particular operator. And then lastly for consideration is the traffic was a big concern. We heard that there was going to be an average of 62 truck trips per day. Is you could condition the special exception to a cap of that average of 62 truck trips per day. Otherwise, there is nothing in the special exception or staff's report that would limit those number of truck trips. So that is those four items are things I'd recommend consideration for additional conditions.
Brian, one question for you, you and/or city attorney. If there were additional things, as there often are, that the commission comes up with and that we want to say, hey, would the applicant agree to this? Or maybe even just conditions, we say, look, this is it, take it or leave it. These are conditions that we feel we can apply as you've recommended. When is the right time for us to kind of have that dialogue with city staff? Is it now, or is it after we hear the final testimony from the applicant?
Let's hear from the applicant, and then when you start your debate, that would be the time to start talking about anything extra you would want to attach to it.
Okay. Commissioner Colodi, you had a question for staff?
It was just answered.
Okay.
I'll hold off till that time.
Okay.
I'll hold off till that time.
Do I know my commissioner, or do I know my commissioner? Okay. Any other comments from the city?
That's it.
All right. We'll hear from the applicant. Any closing comments?
If I may have the ability to do so, I'd like to bring my expert back and have him answer the question about the type of fill that will be used to fill that portion.
Your time, sir.
And Mr. Wilson, as he approaches, you heard Mr. Fields' additional conditions that you had sprinkled through. Any objections to those?
I need to consult.
Okay.
I mentioned those, so I don't think there will be. So, but
the portion of the existing borrow pit will be filled with the material coming out of the proposed.
So that will be the same type of material, clean material, not contaminated or anything.
That's correct.
That's all I wanted to. That gentleman had that question. That was a good question. I wanted to answer that. With respect to the continuation of the landscaping through the gas station site when it's demolished, I made that representation. So yes, we will do that. With respect to limiting the number of putting a cap on the number of trips, I'm not sure. I need to talk to my client to discuss that. What were the other? Was there another thing?
The mast arms being a condition of it.
No problem with that. We've committed to doing that.
And limiting to this operator, since a lot of the provisions and testimony we heard.
I don't think we have a problem with that either.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to get back to all those, I think, after we hear your closing comments, sir.
I just want to provide a brief summary of what we've heard tonight from the city staff. The city staff has through Mr. Fields, has testified that with the conditions that are in his staff report, he believes that we have met the requirements for the special exception, and therefore it should be granted with those conditions. And we've agreed to all those conditions. Secondly, you've heard from experts who are qualified to make statements about traffic and safety and wetlands and engineering. The evidence that you hear has to be substantial and competent. Everybody has an opinion on what's safe and what's not safe, but that is not competent evidence. And I urge you to base your decision tonight on substantial, competent evidence, which is the requirement of the law. And I think the substantial, competent evidence that has been presented here tonight shows without exception that this special exception should be granted because the applicant has met all the requirements of that special exception. Now, I thank you for your consideration, and I hope you'll make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll now close the hearing and hear from the commission. We'll begin with Commissioner Colodi.
To prepare for this hearing, I read the transcript, I read the court's order, and during the testimony that was presented at the first time around, the first go-around, the attorney for the applicant agreed to a few other conditions, one of which being that they would agree to fund an employee to be on site 1 hour out of every day that they're in operation for monitoring their activities. Do those conditions still stay? To whomever.
I think he's asking, it's not one of the staff recommended conditions. So what you're talking about right now, that is not included. Now, you know, there was testimony that there were 3 people on site, I believe. But if you'd like to pull the applicant up and ask that question, you may do so.
Carrie, if I may, Commissioner, real quick, I want to be clear. There's this notion that, you know, the applicant has to agree with these, but if we come up with conditions that we feel are reasonable to make sure this meets the criteria, if we attach them, it's
correct. If the conditions are related to addressing impacts,
right,
you can attach them.
Okay, thank you.
That was going to be where I was going to go next.
Okay.
My question was, did those conditions which were agreed to carry forth from the last hearing?
No, the conditions are what is in Brian's staff report, as well as the ones he just mentioned at the end. That is not something I see as being carried forward. You're welcome to.
Okay, I will make that request. But first, going back to where this all started, to special exception. One of the 3 criteria is that it not be detrimental to the surrounding properties and, I guess, to the environment in general. I've heard testimony concerning the traffic, which I can accept. I've heard testimony regarding the environmental impacts, which I can accept. The persons, they may have been experts. Their testimony in support of what they were saying consisted of approximately 2 sentences for each. Being in this business for such a long time, I just can't accept something without background, whether a person is a professional or not. I could walk in here and say the sky is blue, and hopefully it would be, but I would have to say, based upon the work I did looking at it, to see. I just don't see where that information has been provided. The environmental person stated everything is going to be fine regarding the wetlands. I don't see it that way. I understand that one of the previous conditions that we had was that this site plan come back before the commission, and I'm going to ask that that condition be put back in there. Perhaps these could be answered at that time, but I just don't feel that they've presented their case at this time.
Okay.
I will ask for those things. I'd like to hear
Yeah.
other commissioners' comments.
Thank you, sir. Other comments on this item from the commission?
Mr. Mayor, the applicant, the residents that came here do deserve some response from us. I by no means am a expert in any of these fields, but I have used common sense over the years to know what can be right, what is subject to many foibles, accidents, conditions that we see that are not conducive to a good quality of life for our citizens. I see them as a hazard. Tonight, substantial competent evidence, honestly, I have not seen it. And I was surprised, and I'm not going to pick on anybody, but I'm surprised that there is no evidence out there that's been presented only by people I have spoken to and experts in the field of hydrology and the ecology, our biodiversity where we live. Just from the water standpoint, there may be very bad ramifications. And then there's the traffic, another big issue. Cars drive down that road at 60, 65 miles an hour. Everybody's in a hurry. My wife and I call it, with all due respect, the pucker factor. You get prepared to drive on 44 because, you know, 10 years ago you saw it mostly trees. Now you see a lot of development going up, and there's more people want to live here. I don't blame them. I love living here. But that road is getting extremely dangerous. I don't want to make it worse. So when I look at that, you know, it's nice to say yes to a project. I'd love to say yes, but I look at the things that affect the quality of life for our residents. With so many concerns of residents and my own concerns, it gives me pause. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? So I will say, a couple of things. You know, the second criterion, which is the same one that I was held up on the last time, says that the requested use will not impair the character of the surrounding or adjoining districts, nor be detrimental to the public health, morals, or welfare. And the response that we heard from staff, and that was before we had all the evidence presented tonight even, and heard the testimony we did, was that staff has determined the nature of the requested use could impact the public welfare and the character of the surrounding and adjoining districts. However, staff determined the extensive list of suggested conditions of approval for this temporary use can adequately mitigate those potential detrimental impacts. This criterion has been met in the current form of this application if the list of recommended special exception conditions of approval is included and properly implemented. And it is included and properly implemented. So that was, as of Wednesday a week ago, staff had analyzed everything. Our experts had done a good job. They'd analyzed everything. They'd come up with this list of criteria. They'd said, look, this could absolutely impact the public welfare and the character of the surrounding adjoining districts. However, we've got this extensive list, and if we do those, they can adequately mitigate. What we just heard staff say a few moments ago is here's 4 other things that we think should probably also be added based on what we heard tonight. Limiting to this one operator, possibly limiting the trucks per day, putting, you know, making sure the mast arm is included. Commissioner Colodi pointed out there were conditions that we felt relevant last time based on the evidence we heard at that time that didn't even get brought back forward by the applicant, weren't even considered tonight. An employee on site that was very important to the applicant last time and wasn't brought up tonight. My point is, at some point, the burden to meet and monitor all of these criteria, and I feel like if we sat here in front of the 4 hours, we could probably come up with a few other criteria for all the, well, you know, what about this and what about that? And so I don't believe that we can, with reasonable assurance, know that this requested use will not impair the character of the surrounding or adjoining districts, nor be detrimental to the public health, morals, or welfare. I don't know how we can say that. I've heard a few of the testimonies, but with every testimony there was an asterisk, basically, that, well, you got to make sure this and you got to make sure that. So I want to lay out, you know, if there's a path forward for me to provide this landowner the use of their property that they're desiring via a special exception, here's a probably not inclusive list, and this is including all the stuff that's already baked in. So I didn't even bother writing down all the extensive criteria the staff has already expertly identified. I think there would need to be permanent facilities on site. I don't want a 5-year porta potty on that site. I think there should be permanent facilities on the site and no containers. I don't believe Fridays should be in operation. Over the summers, during the summers, Friday is a weekend day. So we've limited weekend traffic. I think Fridays would have to be a part of that. I also think the hours of operation should be something like 7 to 4. Ideal hours of operation would be something like 6 a.m. to noon, and then take a break for most of the day, and then pick back up at 5 p.m. or something. But landscaping in front of the gas station we talked about. The merge lanes, at least an ingress lane into this site off of 44. If not, I don't see how that's not going to have some slowing impacts on a road that already has some negative impacts. No right turn on red coming out of that site. Absolutely should have to be a requirement. I don't need a dump truck pulling out in front of 40-mile-per-hour traffic, and those guys will absolutely do it. Those guys and gals will absolutely do it. The berm, I think we should be extremely specific of what that looks like. I see that I saw, and I may have missed it, but that I saw no requirements of kind of what that, a 6-foot wall of mound of dirt is very different than something that's landscaped and even designed artfully. A golf course is a series of berms in many ways, but it can look like a wall of dirt, or it can look like a flow. You can have some appeal, if you will. So I think we'd have to get really, really in the details on that to make sure it doesn't completely erode the value and the entrance of the area, and that's something called a visual resource. And if you read some other studies with the borrow pits, and this was provided the applicant by the energy.gov when they were analyzing some stuff that they're doing, they talked about the visual resource and the impact of the visual resource. So that is something that they applied value to in analyzing what is the impact of the visual resource. Sorry, this is a long list. I think we should have we heard expert testimony, so this shouldn't be an issue, that we could guarantee no dust leaving the site. And there should be immense fines if that isn't complied with. Maintenance and landscaping, I heard it mentioned during the testimony here. That absolutely should be a requirement. And some of these things may be covered elsewhere in our code, but I'd want to make sure all of these criteria are met, the ones that were, including the ones listed. So with all of those things layered in, and again, if we stayed here for another 3 hours, I feel like we could probably come up with 50 more. I probably still have more questions than I do answers on this. I could get other witnesses back up to talk through, some of these other questions, related to what time of day. We can limit it to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., but if the majority of the volume, because the sites that these folks are delivering to probably don't work those same hours. So if maybe if all the traffic is within a 2 or 3 hour period, that's a data point that we didn't uncover here today to make the decision that we're being asked to make, which I think we have established. If nothing else, we have established we're on the razor's edge of this impacting the welfare and the character of the surrounding and adjoining districts. We're on the razor's edge. If we missed anything, and that's the burden that I think I feel here, is I get the criteria, I get all the expert witnesses, but that we're on the razor's edge of it, and I cannot guarantee you that I've asked all the right questions of every witness, because it felt like every time I uncovered something new. And I also would point out that I was extremely confused by some of the expert witness trying to relate 30 and 40-year-old projects. I did feel like that was an intimidation tactic, and I think that's beneath the dignity of the proceedings tonight. Comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with a few things I've heard from the mayor and my fellow commissioners tonight. I'm not ready to accept this project as I've heard it. I have additional concerns. I think, as already mentioned, there's a number of very good ideas that have been brought up tonight, including a deceleration lane eastbound into the location. That's a big deal. It is a fast-moving road, and the safety of the people around it is very important. Another issue is when these trucks break. I'm not sure what they refer to them as, but we have things like air brakes or jack brakes. There's a lot of details that need to be worked out on this. I would hate to have 32 trucks coming in a day with the ratcheting sound of the air or jack brakes. I also look to try to find ways to accommodate both sides. And clearly, there is a tremendous traffic issue, traffic congestion in this area during the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. That is the vast majority, as testified by the traffic engineer, when this traffic is there, when this site would be operational. So I asked myself, if that's the concern, what's the possibility of this project doing all of its work during the day, loading the trucks during the day, moving the trucks in the wee hours of the night, say between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m., when there is really no traffic on the road. I'm not talking about loading the trucks. I'm talking about all at night. I'm talking about all that done during the day. We can do a sound study to make sure that that would also not create an adverse effect. I think the closest homes are roughly 2,000 feet away. That may work, that may not. But I think that there's significant consideration that still needs to be taken into account for this project for it to be ready for me to approve. Thank you, Mayor.
So unless I've missed something, this application is an exception to allow use. It still has to go through site planning. It still has to have approvals. They still have to prove through St. John's that they have the permit, and they're monitored through St. John's, who are the expert in the hydrology and the echo and everything else. So all we're doing is saying, yes, we'll grant the exception, and then the process continues. They admitted they're going to have to do a traffic study. They're going to have to do improvements to the intersection. Some of those things, depending on the traffic study, may include acceleration, deceleration lanes. It may include even an extra lane of traffic. We don't know that because the studies haven't been done yet. And I think based on the growth that is going on out there, then certainly a lot of those things are going to be required upon them to do based on the area as a whole. The site plan will take care of all the plantings, maintaining the plantings. They've agreed to extending the landscaping all the way to the thing. I agree with the gentleman. I'm tired of looking at the old Shell station. I think that is a betterment for the community in itself, period. So I think there's more I understand where you're not comfortable quite yet with where we are. Neither am I, but I think that those are things that will progress as the project progresses. All we're doing is saying, yes, you can have a borrow pit on that site. Here are the stipulations, and then we take the next step, whether it's the site survey, traffic study, or whatever else is out there to be done. And that's where we have to depend on staff to make sure that our concerns are covered and concerned. A lot of the things that we've seen with other PUDs were not maintaining landscape. They plant it, it looks nice, in a year it's dead. Those are things that we need to, as we grow, we need to be better at what we do, and those are types of things that we can do better. We can make sure that the landscaping is up to snuff and stays the entire 5 years. But remember, that berm will eventually go away. That's until the end of the project, and then the berm has to be removed. And the other thing is that what we haven't talked about yet was you're taking 10 acres of uplands off the market and reducing the density and the floor space for the entire project. So you don't like development now, but it's coming. And some of it you're not going to be able to stop. But if we can take some of that away from them, some of the FARs, some of the density that's allowed on the property, going forward in the future, we'll have a better product on that intersection in that corner. And again, this was done 20, 30 years ago through the county when they said it was a city center. So I think there's a lot of work to be done, but if you don't give them the first step, how do we know what our end product's going to be? How do we improve on that, and how do we go forward? And that's just my concern right now.
So quick question for Brian in light of what Commissioner Hartman just said. So you heard my rather extensive list, which again, I'm not even convinced if I, this is a lot very quickly, and we got a lot of experts, a lot of evidence that just came at us. We didn't really have time to, I don't have time to then like consult other experts and validate. And so, but in that list, are there things that this is the one bite at that apple? And then once we approve this, we don't get another bite during all those other phases. That ship has sailed, and yeah, we can maybe try to tweak a little bit, but there's certain things we have to get right now. Am I correct?
That's correct. There's some things that were discussed here that would be in that site plan stage, that certainly the landscaping and some of the finished work. There are other items that would need to be incorporated now into the special exception conditions, such as the operating hours of the day, the no Fridays, having permanent facilities on site that are not required in our code, that unless you tie them into the special exception, that we wouldn't have the ability to prevent that, even at the site plan stage. So some of those items could be done now, some could not.
Yeah, and I actually added one while he was talking. I think we almost need a full-time city staff member to monitor all the stuff that we're saying we're going to that they're going to comply with. So that's my concern. Is we always we do that, and then the project is coming out of the ground, and then we say, well, we'll catch the next one, and we learn from that, and that's fine. But I'd rather let's get it right. And again, I'm not saying there's not a path forward here. I'm saying I don't see that path forward right now because I feel like this could have, again, it's right there in the staff report. They determined that this request could impact public welfare, but we've got this huge list, which we've now already added to just in the 3 hours we've been talking about it. We've came up with 4 or 5 other things, and we haven't even debated probably every other thing that we might should have. So. Okay. Hang on. This is all the public comment. All the public comment. Yeah, I'm sorry. If we did that, we'd be here till like midnight every time. Yeah. All right, gentlemen. Any other comments, discussion, or do I have a motion on this item? All right, we owe the applicant a response. We have to take some action tonight. Carrie, outline for the commission, if you would, briefly, just what we can approve, deny, approve with additional conditions. In theory, we could delay, move to delay, or no? Postpone, whatever the term would be.
A motion to continue if you needed more information, but you're normally going to, here. You can either unconditionally approve, conditionally approve, or deny the requested special exception. If you need more information, you can continue it to another meeting, but these are your options. You need to take action.
Okay. And to be clear, unconditionally approving would not even include the staff report item, so that's, I don't.
Correct.
Okay. So we can unconditionally approve, we can conditionally approve, we can, the motion should be for one of those, and then it will either pass in the affirmative or be denied, or we can vote to continue. Mr. Clardy.
Mr. Mayor, you listed any number of things that you would like included in here. I honestly don't see how we could get the wording correct on those. I tend to agree with a lot of them. I also do agree with Commissioner Hartman in that a lot of these issues would be taken care of at site plan. My basic problem is I don't think the applicant has shown that they won't negatively impact the general public, the surrounding properties, and I think it was incumbent upon them to do that. I don't know how you solve that problem. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask for that information now, but that's kind of where I stand. Can that be asked for now? I'll ask that question.
You're supposed to make that determination based on the written record, the testimony you heard.
That's what I thought.
All right, we got to take action, gentlemen. What's the pleasure?
Okay, to roll the thing along here, I'll make a motion to approve. The approval would contain the recommended conditions from staff. Would include the condition that the applicant fund an on-site monitor to assure that conditions are followed. That on-site monitor would be required to be there for at least 1 hour out of every day that they're in operation. And the second condition that I would have would be that the site plan come back before this, before us for approval.
Okay. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Discussion. Would the motion maker be willing to add a number of additional comments or suggest or conditions?
Yes, I would, just don't ask me to make a
No,
list. I've listed my two.
A decelerization lane eastbound into the property, mast arm signal, landscaping across gas station property, limit special exceptions to this operator, maximum 62 trips for the trucks, and no Fridays. No Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Staff's report has holidays, or I believe. Is that correct or incorrect?
Just,
It does have holidays.
Okay. And I would add to that Fridays.
perhaps we should have done them one at a time. I'm going to ask you to go through them again.
So we had the decel lane eastbound, mast.
I do feel that that would be addressed in the traffic report that's coming.
Question of the motion makers, do you accept these additions?
I accept that, though.
Decel lane eastbound, the mast, as discussed, the mast.
The mast arm signal.
The mast arm signals.
Sure.
Okay. Landscaping to be extended across the entire property, which the applicant did agree to.
Yes.
This operator only, the special exception be limited to this operator only.
No, I don't accept that. I don't think we should be, we should set the standards for the development, but we shouldn't interfere with private enterprise.
Max of 62 trips.
No.
And no Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or holidays, which is the same as the original, but just the addition of Fridays. No Fridays.
Once again, just I feel would interfere with the commercial operations. And I know Friday traffic is very bad, but often so is Monday and Tuesday, and we do want to leave them the opportunity to work.
All right, I'm trying to get clarity on the motion. All right, so we motion maker agreed to add in the decel lane eastbound, the mast arm system and landscaping. Seconder, accept that? I think that was you, Commissioner Hartman.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we had a motion and a second. That motion was basically to approve with staff's conditions and these actually there were other additional considerations that you had added, and that was that there be a monitor on the site for at least 1 hour a day.
Funded by the applicant.
Funded by the applicant, very good. Funded by the applicant, and that the site plan come back to this body for approval.
Yes.
Okay, so we have clarity on the motion. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Sachs?
No.
Commissioner Colodi?
No.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
No.
Mayor Owen.
No.
Thank you.
All right, do we have?
We're at
any-
10:30, so we need a motion to continue.
Okay, can we get a motion?
Motion to continue.
Can we just continue until 11? There's
Sure.
no way we're out of here before then.
Second.
Okay. Any other action on this item? Any other motions on this item? Hearing none, we'll move to item 8B. I'd ask you all if you would just leave as quietly as possible so we can keep going. I got to tell you, I really need a break though.
Just take a quick break.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minute break, gentlemen. 10:35. At the second reading, public hearing of an ordinance which would update Chapter 10. City Attorney will read this ordinance a second time by title only.
Ordinance number 11720, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the comprehensive plan, amending Chapter 10, Recreation and Open Space Element to provide updated information, providing for public hearings, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date.
All right. Do we have any kind of a staff report on this? Bob?
We do have a staff report, but I'd like to, with the time frame that we're having for tonight, I'd like to move to open for any questions that the commission may have.
Any questions from the commission and staff on this item? All right, it's a public hearing. Any members of the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close that. Do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 117-20?
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Commissioner Clody?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman? Yes. Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sacks?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes,
Thank
ordinance is adopted. Next up are the C-Star properties. City Attorney will read ordinances 115 and 16.
Ordinance number 11520, an ordinance amending the City of New Smyrna Beach Comprehensive Plan, changing the future land use designation of 10 plus or minus acres located south of State Road 44, east of South Walker Drive, from city commercial to city conservation, providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plan maps, providing for required transmittals, providing for public hearings, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 11620, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach rezoning 10 plus or minus acres of property located south of State Road 44, east of Walker Drive, from City B3 Highway Service Business to City Conservation Zoning District, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Okay. I think this is the property that we bought, right? And we're basically changing the zoning. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. This is the property the city's purchased, and we're just down zoning it to a conservation.
Down zoning. I like to hear it. All right. Any members of the public wish to comment? Thank you. No comments. Do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 115-20?
Move to approve.
Second.
City Clerk.
Commissioner Hartman? Yes. Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Clody?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 116-20?
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Clody?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman? Yes. Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Item 8E, second reading for non-exclusive franchise for Southeast Containers. City Attorney.
Ordinance number 0521, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach granting a non-exclusive franchise to Creech Enterprises, Inc., DBA, Southeast Containers to provide construction and demolition debris removal services within the City of New Smyrna Beach, outlining franchisees' duties, providing terms and conditions under which such franchise shall operate, providing for severability, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date.
It's a public hearing. Any members of the public? Seeing none, do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 5-21?
Second.
City Clerk, call the roll.
Vice Mayor Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Colodi?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Okay.
Ordinance is adopted. Item 8F, City Attorney.
Ordinance number 0621, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach granting a non-exclusive franchise to Gel Recycling LLC to provide construction and demolition debris removal services within the City of New Smyrna Beach, outlining franchisees' duties, providing terms and conditions under which such franchise shall operate, providing for severability, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date.
Any member of the public on this one? Seeing none, close the motion to adopt ordinance 6-21.
So moved.
City Clerk.
Commissioner Colodi?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman? Yes. Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sacks?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 8G, City Attorney.
Ordinance number 721, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach granting a non-exclusive franchise to Fence Service, Inc., DBA, FSI Roll-Off Containers to provide construction and demolition debris removal services within the City of New Smyrna Beach, outlining franchisees' duties, providing terms and conditions under which such franchise shall operate, providing for severability, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date.
A motion to adopt.
Second.
City Clerk.
Commissioner Hartman? Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Colodi?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Carrie, was that G? I lost track.
That was G.
Okay, and item 9A, City Attorney, I'll read this first time. But
Ordinance 821, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach authorizing the Utilities Commission to execute and enter into a pole attachment licensing agreement with Level 3 Communications LLC for a term exceeding 4 years, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
The second reading will be on February 23rd, 2021. There are no boards and commissions tonight. We have mayor and commission reports. We'll begin with the vice mayor. Anything to share, sir?
Mr. Mayor, I have nothing to share tonight.
Commissioner McGurk?
I would just like to say I was deeply disappointed by the individual's accusations against us, and I appreciate your comments, Mayor. Good job.
Commissioner Hartman? Go Bucks. Go Bucks. Go Brady. I mean, can he do Jacksonville next? I don't know. Just move around the state, make them all winners. Commissioner Colodi?
The only thing I have to say is some of the things we're looking at that come before us, I get the feeling we're putting a cart before the horse. And this playground was an example. We're waiting for our master recreational study, and I just think we should have had that. And sometimes our staff knows they have things they're supposed to be doing, but they don't really take into account the overall things we ask for. That's it.
I just have two comments. I want to thank whoever filled in for me at the CRA meeting. I think the vice mayor and I were both actually out, unfortunately, at that same meeting.
Sorry.
So whoever did that, Commissioner Hartman, we appreciate you covering that. And actually, that was my only thing. Thank you, staff, for your hard work on the item that we heard today. I don't believe we've heard the end of that, so we'll see. And with that, we have city manager report. Anything to highlight from your report?
The report is attached. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Any questions of Khaled on his report for tonight?
No.
Hearing none. City clerk's report.
One quick thing, I have Tamina Tisha, graduated last year. She's on the Youth Council Task Force. She's been replaced, and they had selected Isabel Fahey. Just need commission consensus that she's the new appointed member to the Youth Council Task Force.
Any objections to that appointment? Hearing none.
No, it's approved.
We congratulate her. By the way, Commission, I meant to mention, if you're all okay with it, we are planning on doing another kind of joint. We had to skip it last year, but we're going to do another joint appearance with them. They really, really enjoyed that, the time we did it. So if anyone objects, talk to Kelly. We can try to figure out and work it out. It's later in the year, so it'll be hopefully a little bit later. City Attorney, any report?
Just quickly, with our charter review and having the commissioner absences being excused, we're going to formally bring that to the board each time that happens. Although I missed it, I understand the CRA board did excuse both of you, and of course we will be discreet with any issues, but just to get in line so that it's handled by the board rather than staff.
Yeah, and that's something I think I had raised. I think it's the right way to do it. I'd question, we talked about excused absences, and Kelly was doing the excusing, so I think that's our duty to excuse each other. So, Kyle, you have something?
Mayor, just before I forgot, Commissioner Colodi brought the idea about the lot on Flagler. I didn't get the direction from the commission if they wanted to do an appraisal on it or not, so.
I don't even think he did.
None.
Yeah, I don't
No
know.
appraisals. It's only background info.
Yeah. Okay. If no other business before the body tonight, meeting adjourned.